Bills and Saints, Sunday at 1 o'clock. We got our first injury report of the week yesterday from the Buffalo Bills, and there was a new name on the report. Spencer Brown was a non-participant at Wednesday's practice with a calf injury. So we'll see how he progresses throughout the week, but that is new to the injury report is Spencer Brown with a calf injury. Also not practicing, again, Matt Milano with his pectoral injury, and then also Ed Oliver, who hasn't practiced in a while with an ankle injury. They also were non-participants yesterday. AJ Epinesa, meanwhile, who also has a pec injury, was listed as a limited participant. For the Bills' upcoming opponent, the New Orleans Saints, Chase Young, their defensive end, was not practicing yesterday with a calf injury as well. Cameron Jordan, who's been dealing with a groin injury, was a full participant, so he'll be ready to go on Sunday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by The Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Preseason game number 3 tonight for the Buffalo Sabres. They are in Detroit. That's a 7 o'clock puck drop. You can listen to the game right here on WGR. And tonight, also Thursday night football matchup between the Arizona Cardinals and the Seattle Seahawks. That is just after 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Same meal 4 days in a row for lunch at the same the same place.
Yeah, not only the same place, but like the same location. It's a chain.
Same location.
The same location.
And you're just gone every day. And like a minute before we go on there, it's like, I might do it again today.
It's not really at this point a might thing. It's just
you're going to do it again today. The thing I had yesterday was so good. I'm going to do the exact same thing.
And then you just find yourself in a cycle of
you're fixated and then it's over.
Steak sandwiches.
4
days. This is going to be 4 days in a row, or you're already at
today
4 days
will be 5.
Today will be 5.
Yeah.
Just make it a week.
This is becoming almost like a modern version of the Super Size Me challenge, where you just like, I just want to see what happens.
Should we do a callrie count?
Gosh.
This says, on average,
this is gonna be
1,189 calories.
That's not as bad as I thought it was
Right, because I'm going to eat breakfast this morning, and then I don't really eat for the rest of the day, and then I eat dinner. I'm feeling good. I've actually never felt better.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Did your streak stop?
It did, yeah.
It can't possibly still be going.
It was inevitable. It had to stop.
How much longer did you go? And the streak was eating steak subs every single day from the exact same place for lunch.
And the giant ones, too. Not just not a halfer, like a giant.
Full.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, there's not a ton of toppings on it. It's just steak, cheese, and peppers and onions. It's not like it's a stacked sub.
Yes, because the lack of banana peppers is really the thing that's cutting, that's adding everything there.
Vegetables, baby.
Yeah.
Veggies.
Right, the vegetables is really the thing that hurts you. There.
It always does.
Yeah.
Always does.
Good morning. Jeremy is off today. It is Jeremy and Joe. Nate Geary is in. We're a couple days away from Bills and Saints. We got some football on tonight, which means we got our Thursday parlay coming a little bit later on. We have yet to hit this year. But
okay.
Yeah, parlays work. You hit like 1 every 5, and that's usually a pretty good outcome. So we'll get to that a little bit later on. So, Nate, you got to start thinking about what you want tonight. In Cardinals and Seahawks, which it's not the worst matchup, right? The Thursday slate was a little bit better.
On TV.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. Probably my favorite non-Bill in the NFL right now, Trey McBride, will be playing tonight. And I believe the Cardinals are wearing their rivalry series uniforms.
Okay.
Which I have said and think they are the only ones that are better than the Bills ones. You know what they look like off the top of your head? No. They're like the deserty scene, like red sand type of look.
Like a dune? Like a dune red sand?
Yeah, kinda like that.
Okay.
No, but that's like just the specks of the sand are red like that.
Well, what's the sand called in Dune?
I don't know.
Spice.
You
ever seen Dune?
No, I've seen Dune, but yes, it's been a while.
It's got the spice. It's got a little spice on it.
Spice. Okay. Yeah, that is kind of what they look. And they're just white and red, like two colors, super sharp. And I believe they're wearing those tonight. So Thursday night football tonight between those two teams. Then we get to the Bills
least
and the
they
Saints
could do is
Sunday.
wear some good jerseys because it's just not going to be good football. It's NFC West Thursday night football.
Is that
can't be good.
Still true about Thursday night football?
Largely.
That it's not good football?
Yeah, largely.
Like, was last Thursday not good football between the Bills and the Dolphins?
That'd probably be one of the better games you see this year on Thursday night.
Like, it was the Bills. Even you could argue, even though they scored 31 points, you could say little sloppy.
Didn't play a great game. Yeah. And I
Not
heard
even sloppy because they played clean. They didn't turn the ball over. They didn't take negative plays. They just didn't. They didn't have any big explosive plays on the worst defense in the National Football League.
Right.
So
the 32nd ranked defense in football.
And then week 1, you had Washington Green Bay, which was 27-18 in favor of Green Bay. Washington didn't look good in that game, but Green Bay did.
I was listening, and I can't remember if it was Joey Bosa or someone talking about Joey Bosa after that, because he played a lot of snaps in that Dolphins game. A lot.
Yeah.
Like more than I'm used to any Bills defensive lineman playing. And I don't know if it was him or someone talking about him and his preparation this week, but that they basically, especially on offense, don't do a lot of install. Like you have a shorter, you don't have the practices that you have to do your walkthroughs. So you're basically only doing a walkthrough that week. You're not really getting much practice time in. Therefore, your install that week or your game script, I think a little bit. And this is the first time you're playing a team that you'll play twice. So the mixture of a short week, divisional opponent, first game against that divisional opponent. I am very confident, though, that the next time the Bills face the Dolphins, they will have a new head coach.
But the Dolphins will?
Yes.
You know, it's funny. I mean, I didn't mean to start with this, but I have written down today to get to that there's seemingly a leak campaign.
Yeah.
Going
smear
on.
campaign.
Yeah, maybe there's two of them. This one is Mike McDaniel, I think, or people around Mike McDaniel through leaks trying to tell everybody now, like, guys, it's Tua. Like,
sure.
I cannot. The things I have to do to design an offense,
we know,
to get for a quarterback that cannot get.
We know,
right? But exactly, we've been saying that for years since the second he hitched his wagon to Tua. I wonder how much to do he had with. We're just going to go with Tua. We're going to go with Tua. We're going to. We're gonna pay him once the big seasons come statistically. Like every step along the way, commit to Tua. How much of that was McDaniel? Because he talked like he believed in him wholeheartedly, but that might have been the job, right? What were the Dolphins before McDaniel got there? It was Brian Flores at every turn wanting to refuse to put him in the game. Fitz, right? He was like, I got to put Fitz in there. Fitz gives us a better chance to win. Tua has these limitations. And I could believe that Chris Greer, when he went out and looked for a head coach, said, one of the job requirements is you gotta get this guy to work. Because I picked him 5th overall.
Yep.
And I want to see it. So, I don't...
Which is why he's still there, by the way.
Who?
Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel.
The only reason he is still there is because they paid Tua.
Right. Well, I guess if he's not McDaniel's guy, even though he should be considered it. I mean,
I think that any other coach would have never made it to this season. No way. Mm-hmm. With all of the way that the players that have left have talked, the lack of discipline, the bleep show that place kind of is and has been for the better part of 3 years.
Yeah.
A lot of it is on the personality, recipe that Chris Greer has put together there. It's not been good.
Yeah.
It's not a good culture. But the culture is sort of groomed by the head coach. We saw it here in Buffalo.
Right.
We've seen it.
Yeah, we have. I mean, I don't think it's crazy, though, that he made it to a 4th season. He has a winning record as their head coach and has made the playoffs 2 out of 3 years. Like... In the NFL, that guy usually gets a 4th season.
Yeah, but you're right.
It's
the way the other stuff.
The proper context is that there's a lot of Tyreek Hill showing up late to meetings all the time, and Jalen Ramsey, and all the locker room stories and locker room drama that they have had. No clear sign of leadership. Like it was Calais Campbell. Was that? And that's a 37-year-old dude on a 1-year deal, and when he hits the ejector seat, what are you left with?
Right.
Because Tua doesn't... I mean, part of these leaks are that there isn't a full belief in him in Miami. So, and within the players even, like Hill might be a lot of this.
Like,
I wonder if Tyreek Hill is like the most of it.
Say what you will about the Texans. The Texans just had a guy that they didn't think was fitting in their locker room.
And they cut him. Yeah, C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Like, he's a good player, was a starter, played almost every single snap defensively for the first 3 weeks, and they were just like, yeah, this isn't going well, and you're making things worse. You're out. Here, we don't care about the $9 million that you're owed. Goodbye.
Right.
And that's the difference between a franchise right now that I think is they're struggling. Like, Houston has made some catastrophic roster decisions. But they're still, their head coach, I think, is still the culture guy.
He's got it together.
He's got it together.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to figure out a way. They'll be competitive. They're going to fight for a playoff spot by the end of the year. But, like, I don't know. Where Mike McDaniel has been, the reputation he has built, I'm just very surprised that they went into the season with him. And, again, I think the only reason was Tua. And now I think we're entering exactly where I thought that the Dolphins would be, which is a year and a half into that extension. They are probably going to have to cut bait at the end of this year and completely start over as a franchise.
Or at least bring in, like, rookie competition. I mean, they could be picking in the top 3. Like,
having said that,
what's that look like right now?
I don't. What could be worse? I guess is owing Tua the probably $70+ million dead cap.
I think it's at least that number.
Right.
Yeah.
And they probably don't have a real out of that contract for another 2 years.
Yeah.
And is it worse to be paying him he's going to be the third highest paid quarterback in the league next year, I think?
By cap hit, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so if he's the third highest paid cap hit next year,
yeah.
Is it worse to keep him on the roster as the third highest paid quarterback in the league behind Nussmeier?
Right.
Sellers?
Well, he'd be the week 1, 2, 3 starter.
Sure,
like
he'd
Russell
be
Wilson.
getting the fits.
And then they would cut bait after that. The Dolphins, by the way, if you're wondering, we just kind of got rolling on them Thursday Night Football last week and tonight's game. The Dolphins do not have the lowest win total in the league. Tennessee does. Tennessee's live win total is 3.5. Miami's a couple higher at 5.5.
Next year is a $99 million dead cap.
Okay, well, they're not doing that.
They're not doing it. He's going to be on the team next year.
They could do the thing where they spread it out over 2
but
years.
But a $56 million and then followed by a $53 million cap hit.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they can spread out that 99. But there's still another $50 million in dead cap the next 2 years.
Yeah. Look at Nate. Nate's here for 10 minutes, and he's got us rolling on the Dolphins already.
I mean, listen.
He's been waiting.
I got a brand.
To go after Miami.
I've got a brand.
The division, a lot of the conversation this week about Bills Saints coming up on Sunday is that just everything is teed up for the Bills to go get the 1 seed, to get everything that they would want to accomplish in the regular season that they can. I mean, there's no stress right now. And a lot of that is the Baltimore start, 1 and 2, and you basically have a 3-game lead over them.
Yeah.
It's the Kansas City start. They're 1 and 2. One of those teams are going to be 1 and 3. We want to get to that in a little bit about who we should be rooting for in that game. And like the Chargers are there, but not everyone I think fully takes them seriously yet. Not for like a playoff team, but for a 1 seed team.
And frankly, I still think they're not like in the driver's seat to win that division.
Okay, we can get to that too. But the Bills division, is just as stress-free as, did New England have it like this every year? Where it was just like, you get to the 3rd week of the year, and it's like, there's going to be nothing here. Not even like important games against these teams in the middle of the year where like they might talk themselves into, like, because there's 2 different types of stress, torture, if you're the other team in this equation. There's what Miami's dealt with for a couple of years, or gone through for a couple of years, which is they talk themselves into, oh yeah, we could beat the Bills in a big important spot when we're trying to win the division. They did have a 3-game lead and blew it, but they have talked themselves into that and not been able to accomplish that. New England, when they have Mac Jones. I mean, remember the clips from the NBC Boston postgame? Like,
of course I do.
Very clearly talk themselves into, oh yeah, this is our time. This is our division now. And all along the way, just slammed. No, not even close. This is the total opposite. This is just massive golf. Nobody else in the division even trying to talk themselves into.
Yeah.
They're even in the same ballpark as what the Bills are right now. I mean, they are as big of a division favorite as you'll ever see in the league this early on. So, like, a big part of why I think it's pretty stress-free, like, a lot of it's that the Ravens started the way they are, but most of it is they play in a division.
You get
with
6
three
free
teams
wins.
that just are nowhere close.
You get 6 free wins.
Yeah.
And I think, too, about this division right now is, yes, I think it's exactly how it was during the Brady run. Because every couple of years, a team would have an early season, even like the Bills, beating the Patriots, in 2011, 2010?
To go to 3-1.
And they start hot, and then they win like 2 games the rest of the way. Like, that is what this division has been. It's like, oh, okay, hey, these guys might be prickly. And then they're not at all. And right now, again, as I kind of thought, it was going to be New England, and then I thought the Jets were going to be a little bit better.
Yeah.
They looked okay week 1, and then they laid over for the Bills. I don't quite understand that performance, and then they were obviously much better last week against a good Buccaneers team with Tyrod. But how many games are they going to win? 4? 5? How many combined wins is this division going to have this year?
I mean,
is it double digits?
Yeah, it's double digits.
Is it?
Yes, it has to be. Because
for sure,
2 teams win 5 games. Those are bad years, and you get there.
Sure.
Yeah, like they'll win. Yeah, what's a good? How many wins they have?
14 and a half.
Right now?
Is that a number we're willing to benchmark?
Is it possible the Bills? What would that bet look like?
Would the Bills have
winning
more wins than their entire division?
Yeah. What if I include playoffs? Bills.
If you include playoffs, I'm taking it.
Bills all wins against the rest of the AFC East, because that would be the problem. Is
the bye week though?
New England just has such an easy schedule that
they do. This entire
could,
division has an easy schedule.
They're going to fall backwards into 7 wins.
Maybe.
So you need Miami and the Jets to be like really, really, really bad. I'm looking back at AFC's history when New England was ruling the division.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, they never really won the division by more than 4. I think 4 games was the most. And then I get to, oh, wait a minute. Yes, they did. Because in 2007, when they were 16-0, the Bills were 7-9 in second place. So they won that by 9 games. So I don't think the Bills will win the division by 9 games this year. Although it might not be impossible. They go like 15-2, and one of these other teams go 6 and whatever. But whatever. Like, just what a start to the season around them. And just a game coming up on Sunday where tickets are, slim pickings because fans are pumped up. Weather's going to be great. 1 o'clock Sunday game, and that's like the only other, like one of 2 of the year.
Yep.
And it's an opponent where everybody's expecting the Bills to just
absolutely throttle this team
down. Yeah.
Especially on a 10-day break.
Yeah.
They're coming off of shellacking. And I tweeted this yesterday. It has to be one of the most difficult travel weeks in the NFL of any team. New Orleans to Seattle, Seattle back to New Orleans, then New Orleans to Buffalo in a 5-day span. Like
the Seattle
6-day
trip,
span.
the Seattle trip before that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's got to be one of the hardest 2-week runs, really, but it's like 6 days, 7 days. Of travel,
it's a lot.
Practice, play, and you just got 30 hung on you in the first half the previous week.
38?
38. Almost 40.
Right. 30. That game was over within 5 minutes.
I mean, what, a blocked punt and then a kick return or a punt return touchdown? Is that what happened?
I think there was definitely
in the
a punt
first
return.
Quarter. There was a block. It was like the first drive they had a blocked punt.
Right.
So,
I mean, this is a team that, you know what I'll be watching for? When Bills and Saints are taking the field on Sunday, and especially if the game starts to get out of hand, I'm going to be looking around that Saints roster for who can I grab at the deadline.
Yeah.
Who can I go get at the trade deadline? Because they are going to be sellers, and they are going to be sellers quick.
They should be.
Don't need Alvin Kamara. I mean, I think they'll probably trade him, right?
Yes.
But there could be some other players around that team.
Justin Reed, safety.
Justin Reed. He just signed a big deal, though, didn't he?
Did, yeah. It's not, yeah.
But an idea. I mean,
Yes.
if you take a look, see what he's got going on. They, who's the other? Don't they have another safety? No, never mind.
Nope.
I was thinking of Tyrann Mathieu, but he doesn't play anymore. 803-0550 is the phone number. I want to get to the Ravens-Chiefs matchup this Sunday. 1-2 versus 1-2. Someone's going to 1-3. Who should that be? Let's really get into it on who we should be rooting for in that game, because I think you could really make an argument on both sides. We'll get our parlay in a little bit later on. Sal's coming up at 7 on the Spencer Brown injury and all that happened at Bills practice yesterday. So we'll start previewing Sunday's game with Sal coming up at 7. Ross Jackson coming up at 8 o'clock on the Saints, and a lot of around the league stuff. You got the Micah Parsons return to Dallas this Sunday night. So it's going to be a good week of football. I don't mind the matchup tonight. Got a little bit on that as well. All coming your way. And maybe a little Ryder Cup too. Because I'm just looking at Twitter, and the Tee to Green account is tweeting more pictures from like a early morning, foggy Bethpage Black. Man, I'm jealous.
Oh, man, I'm stoked
jealous
for the Ryder Cup.
When Sunday, it's going to be during the Bills game, isn't it?
Yes,
the final round.
It should go till about, I think, 5:36.
Okay. All right. So Bills get done by halftime.
I need you done by halftime.
Be up by what do you want? You want them to be up by 25? Is that too much?
It's got to be 20 plus.
20 plus at half.
You take right now? Would you take 20-7 at half?
Is 20-7 enough where I can really dial in on the Ryder Cup? Still a 2-score game. No, 20-7's enough.
I think 27's enough.
20-7's enough. Spencer Rattler's not putting together a 13-point comeback in Buffalo.
I think instead of Red Zone on my laptop in the broadcast booth, it's going to be Ryder Cup.
Ryder Cup's the second screen, for sure. 803-0550 is the phone number. Who should we be rooting for? Ravens or Chiefs? Who would you rather have win? Rooting for is a little strong. You don't have to root for them outwardly, but who should we want to win on Sunday in that matchup? That's coming up as well. Nate's in for Jeremy today. You can get your phone calls in as well. We got a parlay coming up later on here on Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR. The Bills division.
Oh, God,
is just as stress-free as, I mean, did New England have it like this every year? Where it was just like, you get to the third week of the year, and it's like, there's going to be nothing here. Not even like important games against these teams in the middle of the year where like they might talk themselves into, like, because there's two different types of stress, torture, if you're the other team in this equation. There's what Miami's dealt with for a couple of years, or gone through for a couple of years, which is they talk themselves into, oh yeah, we could beat the Bills in a big important spot when we're trying to win the division. I mean, they did have a 3-game lead and blew it, but they have talked themselves into that and not been able to accomplish that. New England, when they have Mac Jones. I mean, remember the clips from the NBC Boston postgame? Like,
of course I do.
Very clearly talk themselves into, oh yeah, this is our time. This is our division now. And all along the way, just slammed. No, not even close. This is the total opposite. This is just massive golf. Nobody else in the division even trying to talk themselves into. They're even in the same ballpark as what the Bills are right now. I mean, they are as big of a division favorite as you'll ever see in the league this early on. So, like, a big part of why I think it's pretty stress-free, like, a lot of it's that the Ravens started the way they are, but most of it is they play in a division.
You get
with
6
three
free
teams
wins.
that just are nowhere close.
You get 6 free wins.
Yeah.
And I think, too, about this division right now is, yes, I think it's exactly how it was during the Brady run. Because every couple of years, a team would have an early season, even like the Bills, beating the Patriots, in 2011, 2010?
To go to 3-1.
And they start hot, and then they win like 2 games the rest of the way. Like, that is what this division has been. It's like, oh, okay, hey, these guys might be prickly, and then they're not at all.
New addition to the Bills injury report at practice yesterday. Spencer Brown did not practice with a calf injury. He was one of 3 Bills that didn't. Matt Milano also not practicing with his pectoral injury. Ed Oliver still not participating with an ankle injury. Meanwhile, AJ Epinesa was limited. He was also listed on the report with a pec injury. So we'll see about Spencer Brown later on today, see if he is back on the field. For the New Orleans Saints, Chase Young, their defensive end, has a calf injury. He did not participate yesterday. Dylan Redun's another offensive lineman, also not participating for the Saints yesterday. Cameron Jordan was a full participant with his groin injury, so he should be good to go on Sunday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Sabres are back in action tonight in preseason game number 3. That'll be at 7 o'clock in Detroit. You can listen to the game right here on WGR. And also Thursday Night Football tonight between the Arizona Cardinals and the Seattle Seahawks just after 8 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
So listen, to me this is crystal clear. The Chiefs would like to win, the Ravens need to win.
Nick Wright, first things first. Chiefs fan, of course, as well.
You think that's right?
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think he is very good at what he does, and also he is definitely, and I think he's even probably admitted this, he's benefited from arriving on television as a Chiefs superfan at the exact same time that they went to 7 straight AFC championships and, 4 Super Bowls now?
Yeah.
In total. So he got a little help, I think, from them as well. They're 1-2, and all right, like that question, that point, like who needs to win it, who wants to win it? I mean,
if they want to win the division, they need to win that game.
That is kind of how I'm thinking about it. It really, if you're a Bills fan trying to decide who you want to win that game, you can just watch it, let it happen, and you be happy in really either direction. No matter how the game goes, you can feel good about it. Like, because if Kansas City loses and they're 1-3, how are you going to feel on Sunday night? Like, good.
Yeah.
Awesome. If the Ravens go to 1-3, you're probably going to feel really good about it. What should be preferred, though? Because that's right. If Kansas City goes to 1-3 and the Chargers have the Giants this week, that's going to be a 3-game lead with the tiebreaker for the time being in the Chargers' pocket in the AFC West. That's Kansas City staring at going on the road to begin the playoffs. However, if Baltimore were to lose, they are totally done in the 1 seed race.
Oh, I mean, yes. I think they might be done now. But their division is not as good now as people thought it was going to be.
That's the thing. We've talked about this a little bit.
Might be the
this
second
week.
Easiest division in football now.
The AFC North?
Yes.
Which is funny because they have 2 2-1 teams, but both those 2-1 teams are terrible.
Yes.
I mean, the Bengals we know are terrible now
The
because they don't
Bengals
Burrow.
are done. Bengals might not win another game.
They're cooked. And then the Steelers don't look good. I mean, I want to be all over the Vikings on the Dublin game Sunday morning. I think Rodgers is going to take a bunch of sacks. So, where I'm leaning right now, I don't know that I haven't seen any good, numbers breakdown of what would be better for the Bills or anything. I haven't been convinced hard one way or the other. So for the time being, I think I prefer the Ravens win the game.
Wouldn't it be something, though, think about this for a second. Wouldn't it be something the Bills finally get the 1 seed?
Yeah.
And then this is when the Chiefs or the Ravens are the 6 seed.
Uh-huh.
And then they have to... Either way, they're going to have to probably end up playing both teams.
But there is a chance. There's a chance. You want to get way down the road on that. Like, if Kansas City's going on the road and you got them as a 6 seed, there's a chance they're playing the Ravens in the first round, which is a dream. It's a dream. I know what you're saying. You're saying they don't play the Ravens, they win, and now I've got to play them in the divisional round for my first playoff matchup.
Yep.
And that's not quite I get to play the AFC South winner in the second round of the playoffs.
How these guys get to play the Texans and the Titans with Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah. I'll go back and look, but I think the opponents the 1 seed has faced in the AFC in the last few years, it's Jacksonville, it's Houston, it's Cleveland once.
And the Bills will end up with
again
the Chiefs.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That part wouldn't be fun.
Awesome.
But I don't even know if they lose this game, do they even deserve that much credit? This team, this year, do they deserve that much credit for, not only will they make it to the second round, but I still have to be that terrified of them? Because this is why I think I would lean Baltimore. And let us know what you think on this at 803-0550. If you think there's a way to divvy this up that makes sense to you, where everyone should be on one side. If the Ravens win the game, I'm going to feel like Chiefs are buried. They're buried. They're not winning the division. They're not in play for the 1 seed. They are realizing they're having happened to them what everybody thought should have happened to them last year, which is this team's not that great. They shouldn't be winning all these games. They're getting lucky, and they should have a much worse record than they do. That would be happening to them. At 1-3 before our eyes. And maybe then they're talking about playoffs. I don't think that's the conversation because the conference is so bad. But they're down bad. Whereas on the flip end, if Kansas City beats Baltimore, one, they'll probably look impressive doing it. And I don't need to see that from them. I don't think Baltimore is going anywhere. That's part of it for me. Even if they start 1-3, like there'll be problems. The defense is a big problem there, right?
Their defense is a huge problem.
They've allowed the most points in football.
And Roquan looks cooked.
So I'm not saying they don't have their issues, but I don't expect Baltimore to go anywhere. Even if they're 1-3, I'd still bet they're going to come back and win that division, no matter what the lead is. They'll come back and beat Pittsburgh to win that division.
That's probably right, yep.
So they're still probably hosting a playoff game. They're still a big threat to the Bills, no matter what. Even if they lose this game, I don't think the flip side's true. I think Kansas City loses it. They are buried.
So they'll have if Kansas City loses, they'll be at 3 losses. Walk with me for a moment.
Okay.
Down the Chiefs' remaining 13 games.
Okay.
So they play the Ravens. Let's just assume they lose. They go to 1-3. Then it's the Jaguars on the road.
Okay. I don't think the Jags are very good.
I don't think so either, but I think their defense is fantastic.
So far, it's looked very good.
That'll be a close game.
They played some bad offenses.
That'll be a close game.
Kansas City might be bad offense.
That'll be a close game.
Yep.
Okay, so let's say they're 2-3.
Okay.
Following week, at home, Lions.
I'd pick where is that game?
In Kansas City.
I'd still pick Detroit.
So 2-4.
Okay.
Home against the Raiders. 3-4.
But the Raiders are like, this is part of the point. Like, I don't know that they're good enough to just assume all these wins, but sure, I'll give them the Raiders.
So 3-4.
Yeah.
Commanders.
If Daniels is healthy by then, and that's a while away, then I think they win that game.
Chiefs, Bills in Buffalo.
Bills. Man,
3-6.
Well, how exciting would that be? They're 3-5 coming to your place, and you want some meaning attached to that game.
Yeah.
Because it's not just going to be can you prove you could beat them.
That is, now, I would have a very different tune for a regular season Kansas City game this year compared to last year, which was, I don't care. If you win, you're probably wasting your win against them in the regular season. This one would be, you can bury them. You can, borderline, we could start to talk about the demise.
Well, you can start to talk about maybe them missing the playoffs. If it got to that point, again.
So listen to this. Okay, so they're 3-6.
Yeah.
They lose to the Bills. They're 3-6.
Okay.
Following week, on the road, after a 3-game homestand, they went 1-2 on against the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say they win 4-6.
I'll give them a win there.
4-6. Following week, at home, the Colts.
I'll give them. I think the Colts are a little fake.
Okay, so 5-6.
I'll even give them a win there.
Cowboys, let's give them 6-6.
Okay, so 3 in a row to get back to 6-6.
Texans, maybe the best defense in football.
But maybe the worst offense in football?
Maybe.
I'll give them another win there.
So 7-6.
I'll give them a lot of credit here.
Chargers.
Loss.
7-7. Titans, 8-7. And then they finish Broncos, Raiders.
I mean, I would pick them to split with Denver right now. So I already gave them a win against Denver. So lose there, so 9-8. That wasn't that hard to get them to 9-8.
No.
That was not that hard.
And all you need is a unreal defensive performance from the Jaguars.
Yeah.
All you need is you need the Raiders to win one of those games.
Well,
The Raiders, if they split with the Raiders and Broncos, they don't make the playoffs. And the Colts could be good, Joe. The Colts could be good.
We should talk about they could be.
They could be.
We should talk about that, though, because I wonder what the bar to reach is going to be. I think the conference behind the top couple of teams is awful.
But
it's awful.
So let's just say the Chargers win their division.
Yeah.
And the Broncos split with them. The Broncos could absolutely finish second in that division.
You're going to need Denver to get up because there's no one in the South that I trust to do that. There's nobody else in the North that I trust to do that. There's nobody in the AFC East.
Definitely nobody in the AFC East.
You'd need Denver, I think. Mike in Connecticut's got I think the flip side of this argument. What's up, Mike?
Morning, guys. Hope you're doing well today.
Morning. You too.
I am I am genuinely rooting for the Chiefs, and I say that for a few reasons. Is when I look at both teams and just how the Bills have played against both of them, Baltimore scares me with Henry, Lamar. I just feel like at some point they're due for, to beat the Bills. Obviously, they beat them last year in the regular season. They beat them pretty handedly. But when I look at the Chiefs, I just there's no run game. And that's one of the biggest difference between Baltimore and the Chiefs is you're going up against Henry, who's probably, top 2 back in the league, top 3 back. And their weapons don't scare me. I understand they'll get back Xavier Worthy. I know they'll get back Rashee Rice. But, even the guys they have, Worthy, his percent to probably get re-injured or do something to that shoulder, I just feel like I feel like their weapons are not going to be as strong as the Kansas City Chiefs weapons have been in the past. But also, too, just from a defensive standpoint, I don't know, the Bills, when they have played the Ravens, we'll just go over the last 3 meetings. They've scored, 35-10 last year in the regular season. In the playoffs, the Bills forced 3 turnovers, and they play a very sound game on offense. But they weren't really the game plan was not to let Allen spread it all over the field and throw for 300 yards. And then this past game, the Bills go right down the field on the Ravens. But it's almost like the Ravens are playing prevent the last fourth quarter, and it allows Allen to throw. But I just feel like, the Bills don't ever really get blown out, but I just feel like Baltimore is a team that has the capabilities to blow out Buffalo in a game. And I hate to say that, but nothing would be more fitting to me than beating the Chiefs at home in the playoffs if it came to it. I mean, I don't want to play Baltimore or Kansas City, but I would be much more comfortable playing Kansas City, and I feel like that would be a fitting way to kind of send off Highmark.
Yeah, thanks, Mike, for the call.
So let me just say this. Is maybe the Ravens are due. Maybe the Bills are due. I don't know. Maybe either of these teams are quote-unquote due. One team, one quarterback has been abysmal in the playoffs. The other has gone to a Super Bowl with terrible offense. Just terrible offensive play. The Chiefs have a switch that they flip come January. I would rather them be out of the picture. I'd rather them be having to face the Chargers again in the first round if they make it to the playoffs, lose to the Chargers, and then it's Chargers-Ravens. That'd be cool with me.
Yep.
I'd much rather face the Chargers than either of those 2 teams.
Ooh.
But what I'm saying is, yes, I'd rather play the Chargers than the Chiefs or...
I want to see what they look like with Rice and Worthy back, but I'm being slowly convinced that I would rather play the Chiefs than the Chargers. The Chiefs
haven't been there.
We got to take a break, and Matt, I want to get to your call on the other side. The Chiefs, if we are to believe what the Bills have done is the smart thing in the league, not just what the Bills have done, what the Bills have done, what the Eagles have done, what the Lions have done, what the Ravens have done, what the Packers have done, all of these other contenders have gone out and said, the way teams are playing us defensively now, we need a strong physical run game.
Yep.
Name all the contenders.
No, that's right.
They all have it. Who doesn't have it? Kansas City doesn't have it.
And yet,
Kansas City's run game.
They didn't last year.
I know.
They the same 2 running backs last year and a worse offensive line.
They lucked into 15 wins.
They could do it again. They could. Here's the thing. I'll say this, but I know we got to break. The Ravens could start 1-4 and still finish with 11 wins, because of their schedule.
Yeah, because they could win their division with 9. Couldn't they? Couldn't they? Yes. They could win their division at 9 and 8 if they had to.
Conceivably. Yeah. But it's even more so how easy the second half of theirs. Ravens fans want to talk about how easy the Bills' schedule is.
The Ravens' second half
might be easier than the Bills.
Second half. I think the Bills' total schedule is easier, but yeah, I think that's right. Matt, we'll get to you when we come back. Sal's coming up at 7 we'll start to turn to the Bills and Saints, and we'll get back to this a little bit later, but we'll get Matt on the other side. Who should you root for, Bill or the Chiefs or the Ravens on Sunday? Let us know what you think, and I got a poll up, too, that I want to get the results on that are very close here on WGR. the Bills division.
Oh, got it.
Is just as stress-free as, did New England have it like this every year? Where it was just like, you get to the third week of the year, and it's like, there's going to be nothing here. Not even like important games against these teams in the middle of the year where like they might talk themselves into, because there's two different types of stress, torture, if you're the other team in this equation. There's what Miami's dealt with for a couple of years, or gone through for a couple of years, which is they talk themselves into, oh yeah, we could beat the Bills in a big important spot when we're trying to win the division. They did have a 3-game lead and blew it, but they have talked themselves into that and not been able to accomplish that. New England, when they have Mac Jones. Remember the clips from the NBC Boston postgame? Of
course I do.
Very clearly talked themselves into, oh yeah, this is our time. This is our division now. And all along the way, just slammed. No, not even close. This is the total opposite. This is just massive gulf. Nobody else in the division even trying to talk themselves into. They're even in the same ballpark as what the Bills are right now. They are as big of a division favorite as you'll ever see in the league this early on. So a big part of why I think it's pretty stress-free, a lot of it's that the Ravens started the way they are, but most of it is they play in a division.
You get
with
6
three
free wins.
teams that just are nowhere close.
You get 6 free wins.
Yeah.
And I think, too, about this division right now is, yes, I think it's exactly how it was during the Brady run. Because every couple of years, a team would have an early season, even like the Bills, beating the Patriots, in 2011, 2010?
To go to 3-1.
And they start hot, and then they win 2 games the rest of the way. That is what this division has been. It's like, oh, okay, hey, these guys might be prickly. And then they're not at all.
I haven't been convinced hard one way or the other. So for the time being, I think I prefer the Ravens win the game.
Wouldn't it be something, though, think about this for a second. Wouldn't it be something the Bills finally get the 1 seed?
Yeah.
And then this is when the Chiefs or the Ravens are the 6 seed. And then they have to, either way, they're going to have to probably end up playing both teams.
But there is a chance. There's a chance. You want to get way down the road on that. If Kansas City's going on the road and you got them as a 6 seed, there's a chance they're playing the Ravens in the first round, which is a dream. It's a dream. I know what you're saying. You're saying they don't play the Ravens, they win, and now I've got to play them in the divisional round for my first playoff matchup.
Yep.
And that's not quite I get to play the AFC South winner in the second round of the playoffs.
How these guys get to play the Texans and the Titans with Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah. I'll go back and look, but I think the opponents the 1 seed has faced in the AFC in the last few years, it's Jacksonville, it's Houston, it's Cleveland once.
And the Bills will end up with
again
the Chiefs.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That part wouldn't be fun.
Awesome.
But I don't even know if they lose this game, do they even deserve that much credit? This team, this year, do they deserve that much credit for, not only will they make it to the second round, but I still have to be that terrified of them? Because this is why I think I would lean Baltimore. And let us know what you think on this at 803-0550. If you think there's a way to divvy this up that makes sense to you, where everyone should be on one side. If the Ravens win the game, I'm going to feel like Chiefs are buried. They're buried. They're not winning the division. They're not in play for the 1 seed. They are realizing they're having happened to them what everybody thought should have happened to them last year, which is this team's not that great. They shouldn't be winning all these games. They're getting lucky, and they should have a much worse record than they do. All right, quick segment here. Get right to your phone calls. Would you rather have the Chiefs or the Ravens win on Sunday? Then we'll get to Sal and start turning the page to Bills Saints. First, let's go to Matt in the car. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm rooting for the Chiefs on Sunday because I think Baltimore is the best opponent that first of all, will play this season. But Baltimore scares me. They scare me. They scare me more than Kansas City. Mm-hmm. I think Kansas City was exposed in the Super Bowl. I think their line is terrible. They have no run game. I don't know. I mean, I think that the luck for Kansas City has finally run out.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Matt. I guess part of my point is I get all that. I'd love to just eliminate them from the picture, the Ravens. But I guess
they're not going anywhere.
That's my point.
They're not going anywhere.
I don't think the Chiefs beating them on Sunday really takes them out of anything.
I think it puts the Chiefs in a better position. And I want to
take them out of the 1 seed. Sorry, I would take them out of the 1 seed.
I think that Baltimore, regardless of what happens on Sunday, will probably be the 2 or 3 seed.
Yep.
So ensure they're the 2 seed.
Right.
Make sure they're the 2 seed.
Yeah, it's so early to worry about seeding with divisions and stuff. It's just right. If you believe Pittsburgh is good enough to win that division, then by all means, root for Kansas City. If you think, I can't even say one of the other 2 teams, right? You can't even say Cincinnati or Cleveland. That's the thing. It's your only sales pitch would be you got to think the Steelers are good enough to win the division. Otherwise, Baltimore could go 8-9 maybe and be the 4 seed in the AFC. They could be 9-8. I just in the South, you don't know what the Colts end up at. Maybe 9-8 is the 3 seed. It's so early for all of that I'm not really thinking about them going on the road. And then there's the 1 seed part of it. That's the best argument. You want to root for the Chiefs, I think you're not worried about Kansas City for the 1 seed, and you still are about Baltimore. And that would be, to me, the fairest reason to root for Kansas City in this game. 803-0550, the phone number. Sal, when we come back, a new injury for the Bills popping up in the injury report. We'll look ahead to the Saints game on Sunday. Coming up with Sal here on WGR. The Bills division.
Oh, God,
is just as stress-free as, did New England have it like this every year? Where it was just like, you get to the 3rd week of the year, and it's like, there's going to be nothing here. Not even important games against these teams in the middle of the year where they might talk themselves into, because there's 2 different types of stress, torture, if you're the other team in this equation. There's what Miami's dealt with for a couple of years, or gone through for a couple of years, which is they talk themselves into, oh yeah, we could beat the Bills in a big, important spot when we're trying to win the division. They did have a 3-game lead and blew it, but they have talked themselves into that and not been able to accomplish that. New England, when they have Mac Jones. Remember the clips from the NBC Boston postgame? Of
course I do.
Very clearly talk themselves into, oh yeah, this is our time. This is our division now. And all along the way, just slammed. No, not even close. This is the total opposite. This is just massive gulf. Nobody else in the division even trying to talk themselves into. They're even in the same ballpark as what the Bills are right now. They are as big of a division favorite as you'll ever see in the league this early on. So a big part of why I think it's pretty stress-free, a lot of it's that the Ravens started the way they are, but most of it is they play in a division.
You get
with
6
3
free
teams
wins.
that just are nowhere close.
You get 6 free wins.
Yeah.
And I think, too, about this division right now is, yes, I think it's exactly how it was during the Brady run. Because every couple of years, a team would have an early season, even like the Bills, beating the Patriots, in 2011, 2010?
To go to 3-1.
And they start hot, and then they win 2 games the rest of the way. That is what this division has been. It's oh, okay, hey, these guys might be prickly. And then they're not at all.
I haven't been convinced hard one way or the other. So for the time being, I think I prefer the Ravens win the game.
Wouldn't it be something, though, like, think about this for a second. Wouldn't it be something the Bills finally get the 1 seed?
Yeah.
And then this is when the Chiefs or the Ravens are the 6 seed. And then they have to, either way, they're going to have to probably end up playing both teams.
But there is a chance, you want to get way down the road on that. Like, if Kansas City's going on the road and you got them as a 6 seed, there's a chance they're playing the Ravens in the first round, which is a dream. It's a dream. I know what you're saying. You're saying they don't play the Ravens, they win, and now I've got to play them in the divisional round for my first playoff matchup.
Yep.
And that's not quite I get to play the AFC South winner in the second round of the playoffs.
How these guys get to play the Texans and the Titans with Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah. I'll go back and look, but I think the opponents the 1 seed has faced in the AFC in the last few years, it's Jacksonville, it's Houston, it's Cleveland once.
And the Bills will end up with
again
the Chiefs.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That part wouldn't be fun.
Awesome.
But I don't even know if they lose this game, do they even deserve that much credit? This team, this year, do they deserve that much credit for, not only will they make it to the second round, but I still have to be that terrified of them? Because this is why I think I would lean Baltimore. And let us know what you think on this at 803-0550. If you think there's a way to divvy this up that makes sense to you, where everyone should be on one side. If the Ravens win the game, I'm going to feel like Chiefs are buried. They're buried. They're not winning the division. They're not in play for the 1 seed. They are realizing they're having happened to them what everybody thought should have happened to them last year, which is this team's not that great. They shouldn't be winning all these games. They're getting lucky, and they should have a much worse record than they do. Bills and Saints Sunday at 1 o'clock. We got our first injury report of the week yesterday from the Buffalo Bills, and there was a new name on the report. Spencer Brown was a non-participant at Wednesday's practice with a calf injury. So we'll see how he progresses throughout the week, but that is new to the injury report, is Spencer Brown with a calf injury. Also not practicing, again, Matt Milano with his pectoral injury, and then also Ed Oliver, who hasn't practiced in a while with an ankle injury. They also were non-participants yesterday. AJ Epinesa, meanwhile, who also has a pec injury, was listed as a limited participant. For the Bills' upcoming opponent, the New Orleans Saints, Chase Young, their defensive end, was not practicing yesterday with a calf injury as well. Cameron Jordan, who's been dealing with a groin injury, was a full participant, so he'll be ready to go on Sunday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by The Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-million. Preseason game number 3 tonight for the Buffalo Sabres. They are in Detroit. That's a 7 o'clock puck drop. You can listen to the game right here on WGR. And tonight, also Thursday night football matchup between the Arizona Cardinals and the Seattle Seahawks. That is just after 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. All right, get our Thursday injury report from Sal Capaccio. Joins the show now on the Wester Hotline. Good morning. It's Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary's in for Jeremy this morning. Morning, Sal. Got to think you're energized by the Yankees coming all the way back to tie the AL East.
Yeah, I mean, what a comeback. I mean, it pales in comparison to what's happening with the
Tigers?
Guardians and Tigers.
Oh, my, yeah.
But, I mean, yeah, a week and a half, a week ago, a little over a week ago, maybe 8 days ago, the Yankees, I think, were 5 games out. And I was listening to Michael Kay last night on the broadcast. He said, think about that. They were 5 games out, and since that point, they went 6-1. And the Blue Jays went 1-6. There's your 5 games. Bam, right there. Like that. So incredibly sudden.
Yeah.
I am energized about it. It's cool. And partly because, too, that, the Yankees have the Orioles this weekend, and they can be a tough out, but, you're better than the Orioles. You need to go out and you need to beat them. On top of the White Sox again tonight, which you need to sweep the White Sox, obviously. And then who do the Jays have? The Rays, I think, right?
They have the Rays.
Season? I think that's who they have.
Yep.
So, I mean, here it is. The thing that bothers me is the Yankees lost the series to the Jays this year.
So they don't have a tiebreaker.
All it is one game. If they would have won one game, they'd have a 2-game lead right now, obviously.
Right. Yeah, and the Jays, who play the Rays, I mean, they lost 20 to. Didn't they lose 20-1 to the Royals recently? Like, they've had some bad losses, Toronto, as we've gone down the stretch here. Yeah, the baseball playoff race has been awesome.
And the Mets, how about the Mets? 5-12 in their last 17 games. They had a huge lead. They might miss on the last day of the regular season.
I thought they were out.
They are currently.
They're in currently.
Are they?
Are you sure?
Okay.
Yes, that's what I heard this morning.
They're in by a game over the Diamondbacks. Yep.
Gotcha.
They're 81-77. Diamondbacks are 80-78. They have a 1-game wild card lead over the Diamondbacks and the Reds, by the way. 2 teams right behind them.
Yeah. Do you very quickly, because we're obviously going to get to the Bills here, but baseball expanded their playoffs, and this is what they want, right? Like more teams, the Marlins are still playing for something, right? Like they have an outside chance. This is what they wanted, right? Like more teams having something to play for at the end.
Oh my God, yeah, I think that's the goal for sure. I don't know if you guys ever grew up without a wild card in baseball because I think it changed late 90s, early 2000s, right?
Yep.
I mean, I grew up with a lot of people listening that you had 2 divisions in each league. The leagues didn't play each other, and 1 team won each division.
Yeah,
and that was it.
That was it.
2 pennants, and that was it.
Yeah.
That's wild. Sal Capaccio on the Wester Hotline.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, Sal, before we get to the Bills, we spent a lot of the first hour on Sunday's Chiefs and Ravens matchup, and I'm sure you've spent some time thinking about this. I don't know if you've ended up on a landing spot or even if there is one, but do you think that there is a good approach on who Bills fans should want to win? I don't like labeling as rooting for, because I don't know if anyone's going to be rooting for them actively as the game's going on, like cheering, but who do you think Bills fans should want to win between Baltimore and Kansas City?
Well, first of all, I get a lot of people saying they should want a tie. Okay, great. I mean, come on, what are the chances, right? Okay, you're all right. Yes, everybody who says root for a tie. Okay, I guess you're all right, but okay, we're not rooting for ties here. You got to root for a team to win because it impacts the Bills. If it happens, I guess it's great. Doesn't have to be, by the way. Tie doesn't have to be great because each team's not getting a loss. Okay. I think, and I said this before the Ravens played the Lions, and I'm going to be consistent on this now. I said if the Ravens beat the Lions, root for the Chiefs to beat the Ravens. If the Ravens lose to the Lions, which happened, root for the Ravens to beat the Chiefs. And here's why for me. And you could look at it this a couple different ways. The Bills already have a 2.5-game lead on the Ravens. So essentially a 3-game lead, right? They have a 3-game lead on the Ravens because they have 2 more losses, the Ravens do, and the Bills beat them head-to-head. The Bills only have a 2-game lead right now on the Chiefs. A loss by them puts them also at 3 games behind you. A loss by the Chiefs puts both teams 3 games behind you. If the Chiefs were to win the game, they'd be 2 games, assuming the Bills win. They'd be 2 games, and they still come to Buffalo and play you. So they would have a chance to close that gap to 1 game with a head-to-head.
Right.
So why not give them another loss so both teams are 3 games behind you? Then even if you were to lose to the Chiefs, they'd still have a lot of ground to make up, right? I mean, like, I think that's how it is. Now we debated this on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo a bit, and Matt Bove and I, there's no right answer, but Matt said the only pushback would be, he thinks the Ravens are winning that division regardless.
Mm-hmm. That's what I think.
Right, so why not just, root for the, I guess, who would it be in that?
That would be rooting for Baltimore, because you would be saying.
Why don't you root for Baltimore anyway then? Yeah.
So I think that's where I'm at. I think Baltimore is the answer, especially that loss to Detroit, like you said, really sets yourself up to be comfortable with. You got a 3-game lead on them. You take care of business against New Orleans. I mean, if you think about it, like when Howard picked the Bills on Tuesday, Sal, he's got them with 3 losses. Like if they end up with 3 or 4 losses, that's Baltimore having to run the table from here on out to get the 1 seed, and that is so hard. And that's if the Bills do that. Versus, that's how I'm thinking about it. The divisions.
Okay, wait. Here's what Matt was saying. Okay, real quick, so I don't forget this. Okay, this is why.
Yep.
Because he said. He thinks, try to follow the path here. He thinks because he believes Baltimore's going to win the division anyway, root for Kansas City because you don't want them to be a wild card. Because Baltimore won't be a wild card. You don't want the worst possible scenarios are both are wild card teams. Right?
Yes, I do agree with that.
Do you understand what I mean? He's saying root for the Chiefs to win the division. I don't agree with that. I think a third loss at a tough division is you're putting them at a little bit of peril here.
Agreed. And Sal, we just walked through their schedule, Sal. You can get to 8 losses semi-easily for Kansas City.
It's a tough schedule. I don't know that I'm on board with wanting them to win their division. Right?
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Because, man, so many things could happen. And that would be assuming they're going to win a game on the road as a wild card team. And where are they going? Are they going to Baltimore or the Chargers? Because those don't look like easy games at all if you're Kansas City. I don't think you want that. So I guess it's a good question, though, because there are so many ways to look at it. You said there's no right answer. Maybe there's only right answers, right? Because one way or another, Bills fans will feel good on Sunday night that one of those teams are 1-3.
Yeah, so. I think so. When you look at the standings, you see 1-3. Well, who?
Yeah.
Really, who wins who is the threat to win the North other than?
It's just Pittsburgh, right?
It's just Pittsburgh, right?
Yes, it's just Pittsburgh.
You can't expect Cincy at this point.
No, they're done. Cincy's cooked. Their season's over.
And Cleveland's got an amazing defense, but that offense isn't doing that. So, it's Pittsburgh, and I don't know how much you've seen of them yet, Sal. Sunday morning they're going to play at 9:30 a.m. Although you're busy on Sunday mornings.
Yeah, that's right.
But they've won 2 games, but they've not looked good doing it.
You know, the Ravens and Steelers do not even play until December, and they have 2 games over the last 5-6 weeks.
Well, they do play Baltimore close a lot, so maybe if the division's still live by then.
But always lose. They might play them close, but they always lose.
So they sneak a win in there once in a while. We'll see. So that's Sunday at 4:25. The Bills will play, of course, before that at 1, so hopefully we're staring at them 4-0 beforehand. Let's, Sal, get to the injury report. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. So, to the added names on the report, let's start with Spencer Brown, Sal, who did not practice yesterday. How concerning is that? Did we get any other indications of what happened there other than just he was on the report?
Yeah, not too concerned after he was on One Bills Live yesterday, and he basically said it happened during the game last week, kind of fought through it, and he thinks he'll be good to go. That's kind of his assessment. So we'll see where it goes. Calf injuries, you never know. You got to be careful. They could lead to something else if you're not careful enough with them, and something more severe long term. So I'm not too concerned after hearing him talk about it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And where he stands. I think the more concerning might be AJ Epinesa, because he was not even mentioned by Sean McDermott during yesterday's media briefing. And then he was on the field, and then he was limited with a pectoral injury. As we've seen many times before, we might see a guy limited, because maybe the coach didn't, maybe a trainer and the player got together before practice and said, hey, something's bothering him. Okay, let's back off him a little bit. So you get that at the end of practice when you didn't know. Maybe something could happen like that. When I see pectoral limited, I'm wondering, did something happen at practice? and pectoral could be something significant. So, or it might not be. We don't know. So let's wait to see where that lands today. And, AJ Epinesa at defensive end doves into, what we've talked about before here with Landon Jackson and who's getting a jersey, who's not. Michael Hoyt coming back in a few weeks. So all of this is kind of baked into it. So I think today will be an interesting day to see if AJ Epinesa is on the field.
Sal, the other guy yesterday, I think maybe we got an update. I don't know. It's kind of tough to tell how McDermott was phrasing the Max Hairston conversation. But, it was kind of a he could or he couldn't. And I think yesterday seeing some video for the first time of him working with a pretty heavy knee brace, what was the vibes you got after Sean McDermott spoke about his potential availability this season? And maybe inadvertently casting some doubt on that.
Very interesting, right, Nate? Like, there are so many ways to look at this and kind of what was said and what you saw. Before I say that, let me tell you, Milano and Oliver didn't practice yesterday, but Sean McDermott said they're both progressing, and we'll see where the week goes. He kind of said we'll take it day by day. So they could be on the field today. I just want to give that, just to wrap that up on there with those guys. We'll see. Okay, so let me just kind of walk everybody through what happened yesterday and this really interesting stuff with Max Hairston. So Sean McDermott says yesterday he's asked by Matt Perino about a status update on Maxwell Hairston. And Maxwell Hairston can basically begin practicing next week if the team chooses to do that. So he was basically asked, like, what are your thoughts right now on him? And you guys know the way Sean is about injuries, and he's very general. He doesn't like to put himself in some sort of box where you're putting expectations on certain things. So he said he's working and moving in the right direction. I don't know how many weeks it'll be. You got to remember now, Max has been out since whatever day or week in training camp. So all the physical part, yes, but all the mental part, the playbook and those things. So right now, I think lowering expectations and managing them and just taking it one day at a time and seeing when and if he can come back. Okay. That's what McDermott said. I think the if part is what really raises alarm bells with people, and I totally get that. I'll also tell you, I've covered this coach since he got here 9 years ago. He always plays it a little safe when it comes to injuries because he doesn't want to put expectations on guys coming back. Because if you say, oh, we think he's going to come back in 2 weeks, and for some reason you don't, now you have way more questions, right? It's just not something he does. I'm not dismissing the point that maybe Max Hairston doesn't come back this year because the injury, because Dorian Strong's on the team and playing right now, because of all the reps he would need to get ready. Not dismissing that at all. But I didn't get right to, oh my God, he's saying he might not come back this year. I think he's just doing what he normally does, which is, hey, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. He's got a lot of work to do. And when the time comes, we'll see where he's at. That's the way I interpreted it.
Yeah.
Then we go out to the field. We see Max Hairston for the first time that we've seen him on the field, working with a trainer. He's got this huge brace on his right knee. And immediately, a lot of the reaction on social media from the videos that I posted to me were, oh my God, look at that brace. It's huge. I can't see any way he comes back anytime soon. My reaction was, he's got a brace on because a lot of guys wear braces when they're rehabbing, and he actually was moving pretty well with a brace. That's what I thought. But I do think there's a lot of different ways you could take this. I think at the end of the day, my interpretation is Max Hairston's not going to be ready next week to start practicing, but could it be the week after, maybe. And then once that happens, they have 3 weeks to put him on the field. At that point, when they finally feel ready that maybe he's ready to play, where really is he? How much time has he lost? Where is the team and the roster right now and what you've already invested with guys being on the field? So I think there's just a lot of different things here, guys.
Yeah. Is it 3 games or 3 weeks? Does the bye week give you a bonus? 3 weeks.
21 days. 21 days. It does not matter games.
Okay. So
the way I look at it, Joe, I think what they would do is you'd get information from medical staff and you'd say, okay, when do we think he might really be able to play? And I'll just throw a date out there. I don't know. Let's say they say December 1st. Okay, let's go back 21 days from then. That's when we should start having him ramp up. Right? You know what I mean? I think you have to work backward in a situation like this where you don't just put him on the field and say, let's see what happens in 3 weeks. I think you have a plan and think, Is there a date we think that he should be more available, and we're confident he's going to be not re-injuring himself? Yes. Okay. From that date, where can we start him to practice 21 days before that? That's what I think you probably do here.
Would you be surprised if the fact that, he's already doing something on the field. I know he's not practicing. He's just out there doing some rehab work. Would you not be surprised if we got to a place where it just was he's going to get shut down for the season?
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know, though, if that happens, if it's because the injury was so severe,
or the mental part,
or because people in front of him have made gains and you feel confident and you don't really have a spot there to be able to do that. I guess it's kind of both, right? Because if he's super healthy, then you're doing that. But you have decisions to make too. I'm not saying you don't put him on the roster because you don't want to, waive Jamarcus Ingram, for example, something like that. What I'm saying is, though, I think that you might want to just slow play it and make sure. I don't know. I think about Isaiah Hodgins a few years ago. I know, totally different player, not the same situation. Isaiah Hodgins a few years ago was on IR. And in November, or maybe it was December, the Bills actually put him on the field and practiced. I'm like, oh, he's going to be coming back. He practiced for 3 weeks and he never played. They just went back on IR. And all they did was basically put him on the field to make sure, see where he is, get some rehab in, get a look at him, and where are we with our roster after 3 weeks. I could see that happening too, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's you're right. There are so many possible outcomes. I guess what I'm thinking is, if you think he's available for you at any point during the year, that's a position where you've got your guys right now, but Benford's got an injury history. Trey White's got an injury history. I wonder if you would just want every available option available to you at the end of the year if you get into a pinch. Last year they did get into a pinch. But if he hasn't seen the field, I wonder what they even think of him as an option.
Right.
He wouldn't be a normal backup. It would be a guy you've never seen play for you. So.
Just think a year ago about what we thought about and saw from Cole Bishop after missing a lot less time than what Max Hairston's missing.
Yeah.
Right? If you put him on the field, and it's well, he can't. He's not. Why isn't he playing? And he's playing this spot duty role, and he's not quite ready. And when you see him play, it's a little bit uneven. That was Cole Bishop last year, and Cole Bishop only missed training camp basically. You know, I think what he said is right about the mental reps too, the physical reps. Guys, he hasn't practiced since July 29th.
Yeah.
That's the day he got hurt.
So, but
that's
almost 2 months.
That's a long time, yeah.
Yeah, almost 2 months for Hairston not practicing. All right, so that's on Hairston. If I go back to the Epinesa thing for a moment, so we'll see about that today, but so that really could open the door. We've had this debate, and you've had it with Matt Beauvais about Landon Jackson and the numbers at that position, and will he get a game day jersey? It's I don't want to say especially because of the Saints, but it is an easier opponent on paper. I wonder if the Bills, who have already kind of been doing this year, would opt for being conservative on Epinesa's injury if it's something that he's dealing with, and it affords you the opportunity to get a guy a jersey that hasn't got a chance yet.
Yeah, I think that could happen if, depending on where that injury is. If AJ's fine, totally fine, he's playing, I think, but if it's any question, maybe you say, let's give Landon Jackson an opportunity, and you still have Javon Solomon, obviously. One thing about Javon Solomon playing is Ed Oliver's availability might impact what he does because they've been kicking him inside on passing downs, right? He's kind of playing a bit of a hybrid role right now. So I think a lot of it starts with, is Ed Oliver available? And then from there you go, what about AJ Epinesa? And, that could impact both, even though Solomon and Landon Jackson both defensive ends, because Solomon's been doing other things as well. But I do think that's something you could take a look at for sure.
Very, very quickly on that follow-up, because we've, again, been talking about this, numbers of the position. There's almost kind of like a mini second cutdown day coming when guys return from suspension. Have you thought at all about whether Curtis Samuel is safe on this roster when they start getting guys back?
I have, and I don't know. It's a good question. Right now he's inactive. I guess the way I look at it is when you get Hoyt and Ogunjobi back, you have to look around the roster and say, where could the cut come from? And again, let's hope they get in a situation where they have to do this and it's not injury dictated by injury, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that would be the better scenario, even though you hate to see it for a guy. That's the better scenario. and I look at, well, who's been inactive? One guy's been Jamarcus Ingram. Guys, even without Max Harrison, they rolled with 3 outside corners last week.
All right.
And they still have Dane Jackson on the practice squad if you have for elevations. Could you, if it's Jamarcus Ingram, he gets through waivers, he could also be on the practice squad and be elevated. And yes, I think Curtis Samuel would be an option there. He's been inactive right now. He wouldn't have to go through waivers. Would he even be willing to go to the practice squad, a veteran like that? I'm not sure. Or you just move on from him. And you have Christian Wilkerson there. So I have thought about it. I don't think it has to come from D end or D tackle, but man, are you really going to keep 12 at that total at that position? That's a tough sell, I think, on a roster.
And the other guy, like Shaver's making the 53-man roster, Sal, like he's not. I don't think he's given away his spot. Like he's made a couple of catches. I looked this morning. He's got the 6th best run blocking grade of any receiver in the league so far this year. So Elijah Moore's made a couple of plays. Like I don't really think there's anybody that's been active that is ready to give their spot to Samuel.
I agree. I think Tyrell Shavers is playing a role and an important role for them. And
Special
Curtis
teams
Samuel
too.
isn't replicating that role. Curtis Samuel would more be a substitute for Elijah Moore, right? I think, or Joshua Palmer,
right?
Or Khalil Shakir, whatever. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And those guys are regular players right now on the team. I mean, I don't know. I'm looking around the roster. Matt brought up maybe Sam Franklin, as great as he's been on special teams, and
he's been great.
I don't know
that
that it could be, but they really like him for special teams, right? And what he's doing. And I know it didn't go great last week, though. It's as great as it is the week before. He made all these tackles. But is that an area where you say, you know what, we might have to take a look at that? Mm-hmm. Again, I'll go back to what I said about Landon Jackson when we had this conversation, about TJ Sanders when we had this conversation. It's a good problem to have. It means your roster's good, right? I don't know. I get people telling me all the time how ridiculous that is to say how good this roster is. How good, dude? Yes, it is. It's a good roster. They're 3-0. They're contending for championships. Is it perfect? It's not perfect. Could we say maybe they shouldn't have drafted a defensive end in the 3rd round? Absolutely, I could understand that. Maybe not. Maybe a defensive tackle in the 2nd round, given everything. We could go through all of that. I totally understand that. But when you have mid, even earlier mid draft picks, mid round, that you have to decide if they actually, or if they're fighting for roster spots, it just is a testament to the strength of the roster above them. And I don't think that's a bad thing.
Well, I'm glad the bye week lines up with all this because it'll give us some good timing to talk about it. That's after this week 6 against Atlanta.
Yeah, I do have one clarification, something I've been saying, and I wanted to make sure everybody knew. So we found out yesterday because Rashee Rice had come back from his suspension to be in the building with the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. So apparently Hoyt and Ogunjobi are back in the building already. I haven't seen them.
Oh, okay.
But they are able to, because I went in the CBA and I did look. You are allowed to return to the building as far as meetings halfway through your suspension. It's been 3 games. That's halfway. So they are now in meetings. They can't practice, though. I think the question I'm still looking for clarification on is, can they practice after 4 weeks?
Yeah.
Or do they have to wait? I think they have to wait till their suspension is up to practice, actually. But they are in the building now and allowed to be in the building in meetings because it's halfway through, because Rashee Rice is also back and he has a 6-game suspension.
What do you have, the CBA downloaded in your laptop? You got a hard copy that you're walking around with? You got a little pocketbook with it?
Oh my God! When it was signed in 21, I read through it, man. It's crazy. I mean, obviously there's a lot of things I didn't read, but it's 400 something pages. But no. There's just a lot of things that come up, and I kind of know by now where to look for those things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're quick.
And I actually do. You could look it up online. And I do, and sometimes I just go and reference it, and I've referenced it many times. And when things like this come up, you're like, well, it's got to be written somewhere. Like, they have to have a rule for it, right? So, I go and take a look. But that is what it is. It's halfway through. But it doesn't say in there. I think this is this is why I don't know, and I have to get clarification. This has got to be some sort of commissioner's note or memo somewhere when they can start practicing. But they can return to the building halfway through the suspension.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you, Sal, and we'll chat tomorrow.
You got it, guys.
Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up at 10 o'clock as well. When we come back, we'll get back into our Ravens-Chiefs conversation. Sal making a couple interesting points there on, and also him bringing up Matt Beauvais from It's Always Game Day in Buffalo, him and Sal having this debate, and the idea of whether do you not want the Chiefs to be on the road, like that's tricky for me, but this Sunday, it's a really good question, I think. I got to pull up. It's almost exactly 50-50 of who you'd rather see win, the Ravens or the Chiefs. So a little more of that. And on this matchup against the Saints, if there's any problems that the Saints present for the Bills, we'll get that from Ross Jackson, who's coming up at 8 o'clock as well. Jeremy's off today. Joe DiBiase and Nate Geary looking for your phone calls here on WGR. Let's get to the injury report. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. So to the added names on the report, let's start with Spencer Brown, Sal, who did not practice yesterday. How concerning is that? Did we get any other indications of what happened there other than just he was on the report?
Yeah, not too concerned after he was on One Bills Live yesterday, and he basically said it happened during the game last week, kind of fought through it, and he thinks he'll be good to go. Like, that's kind of his assessment. So we'll see where it goes. Calf injuries, you never know. You got to be careful. They could lead to something else if you're not careful enough with them, and something more severe long term. So I'm not too concerned after hearing him talk about it, you know what I mean, and where he stands. I think the more concerning might be AJ Epinesa, because he was not even mentioned by Sean McDermott during yesterday's media briefing. And then he was on the field, and then he was limited with a pectoral injury. As we've seen many times before, we might see a guy limited, because maybe the coach didn't, maybe a trainer and the player got together before practice and said, hey, something's bothering him. Okay, let's back off him a little bit. So you get that at the end of practice when you didn't know. Maybe something could happen like that. When I see pectoral limited, I'm wondering, did something happen at practice? And pectoral could be something significant. Or it might not be. We don't know. So let's wait to see where that lands today. And, AJ Epinesa at defensive end doves into, what we've talked about before here with Landon Jackson and who's getting a jersey, who's not. Michael Hoyt coming back in a few weeks. So all of this is kind of baked into it. So I think today will be an interesting day to see if AJ Epinesa is on the field. Okay, so let me just kind of walk everybody through what happened yesterday and this really interesting stuff with Max Hairston. So Sean McDermott says yesterday he's asked by Matt Perino about a status update on Maxwell Hairston. And Maxwell Hairston can basically begin practicing next week if the team chooses to do that. So he was basically asked, what are your thoughts right now on him? And you guys know the way Sean is about injuries, and he's very general. He doesn't like to put himself in, some sort of, box where, you're putting expectations on certain things. So he said he's working and moving in the right direction. I don't know how many weeks it'll be. You got to remember now, Max has been out since whatever day or week in training camp. So all the physical part, yes, but all the mental part, the playbook and those things. So right now, I think lowering expectations and managing them and just taking it one day at a time and seeing when and if he can come back. Okay. That's what McDermott said. I think the if part is what really raises alarm bells with people, and I totally get that. I'll also tell you, I've covered this coach since he got here 9 years ago. He always plays it a little safe when it comes to injuries because he doesn't want to put expectations on guys coming back. Because if you say, we think he's going to come back in 2 weeks, and for some reason you don't, now you have way more questions, right? It's just not something he does. I'm not dismissing the point that maybe Max Harrison doesn't come back this year because the injury, because Dorian Strong's on the team and playing right now, because of all the reps he would need to get ready. Not dismissing that at all. But I didn't get right to, oh my God, he's saying he might not come back this year. I think he's just doing what he normally does, which is, hey, I mean, like, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. He's got a lot of work to do. And when the time comes, we'll see where he's at. That's the way I interpreted it.
Bills injury report at practice yesterday. Spencer Brown did not practice with a calf injury. He was one of 3 Bills that didn't. Matt Milano also not practicing with his pectoral injury. Ed Oliver still not participating with an ankle injury. Meanwhile, AJ Epinesa was limited. He was also listed on the report with a pec injury. So we'll see about Spencer Brown later on today, see if he is back on the field. For the New Orleans Saints, Chase Young, their defensive end, has a calf injury. He did not participate yesterday. Dylan Redun's another offensive lineman, also not participating for the Saints yesterday. Cameron Jordan was a full participant with his groin injury, so he should be good to go on Sunday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Sabres are back in action tonight in preseason game number 3. That'll be at 7 o'clock in Detroit. You can listen to the game right here on WGR. And also Thursday Night Football tonight between the Arizona Cardinals and the Seattle Seahawks just after 8 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I mean, it could be frustrating if you let it, but it's something you got to just embrace because it is like, obviously you want to play like a statue who sits back there, but it's like it's just not the league anymore. That's not how it is. Every year it gets a little further away from that. There's only a couple of those guys left, I feel like. So, I mean, it's something we got to get used to. We got to get used to finishing and being better.
Greg Rousseau, who by all accounts has not had a great start to the year after signing his big contract.
Lots of pressures.
Yeah, but not even...
We're back to the Jerry Hughes conversation.
Yeah, but even that, I saw pressure rate for the Bills from last year to this year, and like everybody's gone up except for Rousseau. Now, Rousseau's was already so good that like it came down. Yeah. It's come down a bit, but like 3%. But it has come down a little bit.
Yeah, he has not gotten to the quarterback, and he really hasn't made the impact in the run game where he's getting big TFLs.
Right.
Like that's, if nothing else, if he's not going to be a guy that gets to the quarterback double-digit times, you always felt really good he was going to make big plays. He's going to make an impact in the game with a couple of big tackles for loss, a batted pass.
Yeah.
and the impact has not been there.
Yeah, last year tackles for loss 16 for him in 16 games. So he was giving you exactly 1 a game, and this year he's got 0 through 3 games. So that's something you would hope to come back a little bit. 803-0550 is the phone number. I want to get to some of the quarterback decisions around the league as well. The Giants going to the Jackson Dart. Raheem Morris almost seemingly getting annoyed that he's getting questions about Michael Penix. But he was terrible on Sunday.
Kind of threw a pot shot at Cousins.
I got to talk. We will get to that. The Atlanta's treatment of Cousins is like one of the worst I've ever seen with one of a team's own players.
Yeah.
Let's go to the phones, though. We've been talking Ravens and Chiefs, who you think should win, who you want to win. And I got a Twitter poll up right now. It's 51% Ravens and 49% Chiefs, so it's almost right down the middle. John and Clarence, what do you think on this? What's up, John?
Good morning, guys. Thank you for taking my call on the Kansas City Ravens game. I believe just if you go by the eye test overall, I think both teams are going to recover from a slow start. But personally, I feel the more separation we get from Baltimore, the better off we are. I think we're more apt to be able to compete more with Kansas City this year. Not saying that we can't beat Baltimore again, but I just honestly believe that team just poses so many troubles for us, and it has been over the years. I just want your thoughts on that. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, John. It makes me think, you said like both teams will recover eye tests. They're kind of totally opposite for me.
I agree
on the eye test. I texted Jeremy during the game on Monday night, or somewhere in the first half. How do the Ravens ever lose football games? Just how it was a couple drives that they moved it so effortlessly up and down the field. Like, I know what the answer is. The answer is coaching mistakes and turnovers, and they play dumb a lot.
Bad sacks.
That was the answer on Monday.
Bad sacks.
Like, it's always something a little bit different, but it's always filed under they just do something dumb that they shouldn't. But
I don't think Harbaugh's that good.
And Harbaugh's a big reason for it. But
that punt was egregious.
But there's so many times where I watch the Ravens and just think, how does this team ever lose football games?
How does anyone ever stop them?
And the Chiefs are the opposite.
Yes.
When I watch the Chiefs, I go, how does this team ever win football games?
Yeah, right.
So I think they're very different on the eye test. And if you trust your own eyes, that's kind of maybe what John's getting to a little bit here. If you trust your own eyes and what they look like, and maybe don't just like fully trust that what the results have been will stay the same, you might think the Ravens eventually are going to get the Bills. They're eventually going to do it. And you might think on the other end, there's no way the Bills aren't going to eventually get the Chiefs.
And to me, this has to be the year. That's why I just think some of us have selective memory when it comes to, we forget about the Chiefs. Like, I remember how angry people were at me last year for saying that regular season game didn't matter. The seeding, they won and it still didn't matter about seeding.
Right.
It doesn't matter, the regular season games against the Chiefs, because they become a completely different team in the playoffs every single year. They've gone to 3 Super Bowls in 7 years.
Isn't that make it more...
4 Super Bowls in 7 years.
Doesn't that make it more important, though, to keep them down right now? Because last year, when they beat the Bills in that regular season game, they're 2 games ahead. Right? Like, they're probably getting it. This is different. They
are keeping them down.
If you think
they are making the playoffs more than likely.
Probably, yes, more than likely.
Okay, so to me, the regular season continues to be the most overhyped conversation about the Chiefs, because it doesn't matter what they look like in the regular season. It doesn't matter how many wins they have. They're the same team. The only crack in the armor was they just no-showed against the Eagles in the Super Bowl. They no-showed.
Right.
I've never seen that before.
But you know why they no-showed it, or you know why that looked so drastic? It's because they shouldn't have been there. But why were they there? They were there because they did get those regular season results, and that allowed them to have the easiest playoff path. They played Houston, who had no business being that far in the playoffs. They played Houston, and then they got the Bills. And that's the Bills' own fault, and they have to eat what they did there. But they had to beat one great team to get to the Super Bowl. And what I'm presenting to you is this regular season will matter for them, because if they don't get it together, then you're not going home Houston, home Bills, and bang, you're in the Super Bowl. I'm talking about road Chargers, road Ravens, road Bills could be your path.
Yeah.
And I know they turn it on in the playoffs. They could turn it on in the playoffs. Do you think they make it through that? That's a lot more to make it through than they had to in the past.
I just don't know what history would tell me they wouldn't.
Well, because they've never had a path that hard.
True.
They've never had a path that hard.
True.
So that's why, like, when Sal mentioned how Beauvais was making the argument that maybe you want the Chiefs to win their division, I don't want the Chiefs to win their division at all. Because I'm really thinking about not a playoff campaign where the Bills just don't have to play them. I think that's very possible. But it's going to have to come with them losing 7 games.
I think that's why you want the Ravens to finish as the 2 seed.
Want the Ravens to finish as the 2 seed. Because you avoid them in the divisional round?
Yeah. And in the conference round. Yes, the divisional, and yes, you would avoid them in the divisional.
We're trying to, I know, it's very specific. You're trying to thread a needle here, right? But that's kind of what this season is for me. How do you get the Bills to the best possible path to win their first Super Bowl?
Send me Kansas City in the divisional, send me the Ravens in the championship. If they're going to do it, they've got to get through those teams. Just do it.
Well, you should be healthier because of the bye week right before that. 803-0550 is the phone number. When we come back, a little on those quarterback decisions, Atlanta with Penix, they're not doing one. The Giants are making their quarterback move. Yep. They go to Jackson Dart. So some of these quarterback situations, maybe there's another one around the league that we could see change soon. We'll get to that when we come back. We got Ross Jackson from Locked On Saints coming up at 8 o'clock. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today and Nate is in here on WGR. The Bills division.
Oh, God.
It's just as stress-free as, did New England have it like this every year? Where it was just like, you get to the third week of the year, and it's like, there's going to be nothing here.
Uh-huh.
Not even like important games against these teams in the middle of the year where like they might talk themselves into, because there's 2 different types of stress, torture, if you're the other team in this equation. There's what Miami's dealt with for a couple of years, or gone through for a couple of years, which is they talk themselves into, oh yeah, we could beat the Bills in a big important spot when we're trying to win the division. They did have a 3-game lead and blew it, but they have talked themselves into that and not been able to accomplish that. New England, when they have Mac Jones. Remember the clips from the NBC Boston postgame? Of
course I do.
Very clearly talk themselves into, oh yeah, this is our time. This is our division now. And all along the way, just slammed. No, not even close. This is the total opposite. This is just massive gulf. Nobody else in the division even trying to talk themselves into. They're even in the same ballpark as what the Bills are right now. They are as big of a division favorite as you'll ever see in the league this early on. So a big part of why I think it's pretty stress-free, a lot of it's that the Ravens started the way they are, but most of it is they play in a division.
You get
with
6
3
free
teams
wins
that just are nowhere close.
You get 6 free wins.
Yeah.
And I think, too, about this division right now is, yes, I think it's exactly how it was during the Brady run. Because every couple of years, a team would have an early season, even like the Bills, beating the Patriots, in 2011, 2010?
To go to 3-1.
And they start hot, and then they win 2 games the rest of the way. That is what this division has been. It's like, oh, okay, hey, these guys might be prickly. And then they're not at all.
Okay, so let me just kind of walk everybody through what happened yesterday and this really interesting stuff with Max Hairston. So Sean McDermott says yesterday he's asked by Matt Perino about a status update on Maxwell Hairston. And Maxwell Hairston can basically begin practicing next week if the team chooses to do that. So he was basically asked, what are your thoughts right now on him? And you guys know the way Sean is about injuries, and he's very general. He doesn't like to put himself in, some sort of, box where, you're putting expectations on certain things. So he said he's working and moving in the right direction. I don't know how many weeks it'll be. You got to remember now, Max has been out since whatever day or week in training camp. So all the physical part, yes, but all the mental part, the playbook and those things. So right now, I think lowering expectations and managing them and just taking it one day at a time and seeing when and if he can come back. Okay. That's what McDermott said. I think the if part is what really raises alarm bells with people, and I totally get that. I'll also tell you, I've covered this coach since he got here 9 years ago. He always plays it a little safe when it comes to injuries because he doesn't want to put expectations on guys coming back. Mm-hmm. Because if you say, oh, we think he's going to come back in 2 weeks, and for some reason you don't, now you have way more questions, right? It's just not something he does. I'm not dismissing the point that maybe Max Harrison doesn't come back this year because the injury, because Dorian Strong's on the team and playing right now, because of all the reps he would need to get ready. Not dismissing that at all. But I didn't get right to, oh my God, he's saying he might not come back this year. I think he's just doing what he normally does, which is, hey, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. He's got a lot of work to do, and when the time comes, we'll see where he's at. That's the way I interpreted it.
Mike's our quarterback. Mike's our quarterback. We got a lot of confidence in Mike. We're moving forward with Mike. Mike's the guy. Mike is the guy until I let you guys know otherwise. But Mike's our guy. Kirk, lost his job last year. We're not even close to that moment with Mike. Mike had a bad game. We had a bad day as a team.
All right.
Kirk lost his job.
Yeah, there's
guy sucks.
A frantic Raheem Morris there being asked about whether Michael Penix would be benched. I think he said Mike 8 times in that clip.
Yeah.
So, okay. Mike's their guy.
Did you watch Kirk last year? Come on. That's
the Cousins part of that.
Saying.
Kirk lost his job last year. What is the Falcons' deal with Kirk Cousins?
I don't know, man.
The guy signed up to be your starting quarterback for 4 years.
You drafted his replacement.
You didn't
3 weeks later.
Right, you didn't tell him you were planning on replacing him. Then you did. He even said, that's fine if you wanted to do that. Just tell me beforehand, because I would have stayed in Minnesota and been that for a young guy there.
He'd probably still be starting there in Minnesota.
Right. So they kind of hold him hostage. Then this year he meets with the owner. It's like, all right, well, if you're going to Penix, can I get traded and start somewhere else? And then he's told, no, you're our backup. Okay, I'm your backup. So he doesn't really make a stink about it. He doesn't hold out or anything. He goes to camp, and it's just anytime they have an opportunity to take a pot shot,
they take it.
So I don't know. What does he deserve? What he probably deserves is, one, they should have honored the request of, if you want to be traded and there's a team out there that would start
do it.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
But it sounds like they just wouldn't even have the discussion. Right now, if the Bengals called them today, what would they say about Cousins? Shouldn't they call, by the way? Shouldn't the Bengals call today and be like, hey, would you give us Kirk Cousins? But again, part of the point is, what's so weird is, it sounds like Atlanta would hang up the phone.
Yeah. It's almost like they're holding him hostage. It's I think if you went up to the coach where is there something nice you'd like to say about Kirk Cousins? They'd be like, next question.
I know it's very strange.
It's super strange situation.
Very weird. Okay, so Penix isn't going to be benched. Jackson Dart goes in. Russell Wilson was benched this week. If it's not going to be Penix, who's the next quarterback in the league that gets benched? So me and Jeremy have a bet. It's up there at the top of the board. Jeremy thinks Caleb Williams is getting benched.
No.
At some point.
No shot.
And this year, specifically.
No.
Like, I could see someday
crazy.
in the future.
I like that for you.
Yeah.
I like $10 for you.
All right, so you don't think it's Caleb Williams?
No.
Who's the first guy benched? By decision, not injury or anything. Like, who gets benched by their coach?
Tua.
For Zach Wilson, though?
Quinn Ewers.
No.
Quinn Ewers.
No, they're not putting Quinn Ewers. If their record is like 1-10, maybe they do that. Is anyone close? Is anyone on the verge?
Starting the year, I would have told you it was Sam Darnold. But Sam Darnold's playing great football.
He is number 1 in the NFL.
He's playing
EPA per play.
Great football.
Yeah. Now he played the Saints, so that helps. But yeah, Darnold's not anywhere near it. Who's close?
Lawrence?
I would have told you maybe Flacco in Cleveland at the beginning of the year, but they just won a game.
Trevor Lawrence? Who's their backup?
They're 2-1.
Who's your backup, though?
Also that. Nick Mullins. Yeah, they're not doing that.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Lawrence got a giant contract.
Doesn't some of this matter that there's a capable backup in place?
Sure. Right. Again, like, who's at the end of their tenure? Who's got a young guy behind them? That's the other part of it. Like, honestly, you know who the answer might be? And it's not as interesting because they're not going to do anything, but it's probably the team the Bills play this week. It's the Saints.
For Shuck?
Yeah. He's a second-round pick.
They should want to see if they've got anything in him.
That's what I mean. Like, they go out and start losing games by 30 every week.
Which they probably will.
They're going to say, what's the difference? Let's put the second-round pick in and see if he can do it. Because otherwise, like, man, if I were in Arizona, we'll see what they do tonight. I would be losing my mind about Kyler Murray, but I don't think they do that till after the year. Who else?
I think...
What about Minnesota? If Wentz stays in and they start playing really well, that would qualify here. That's a coach decision. McCarthy's going to stay on the bench.
Yeah.
Could they do that?
Yes.
Man, first-round pick last year.
He's looked miserable.
Yeah, but it's only 2 games.
I know.
That's part of it. What's tough for them, though, is what are they trying to be? They trying to develop the quarterback, or do they think they could win?
Because I think they should think they can win.
Yeah, but it's Carson Wentz.
Because that defense is legit.
So maybe McCarthy is a good answer here. Anybody else worth bringing up? Again, part of the injury point. If Tyrod stays in and looks competent and Fields comes back in and looks reckless, maybe they could do that. Because they're very different. Fields is very reckless, and Tyrod is like, if you just want to be safe, secure, and be close in games, he's going to give you that. So, depends what they really want there. I think that's about it.
I think that's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it.
Houston.
Stroud's not getting benched.
No.
Daniel Jones isn't getting benched.
Nope.
Cam Ward's not getting benched.
Nope.
Bo Nix isn't getting benched. Geno.
No.
Yeah, all right. There's not many. And you don't think Caleb is on that list?
I don't think Caleb's anywhere close.
All right. When we come back, we'll ask Ross how close the Saints might be. Maybe in this game we see Tyler Shuck go in against the Bills. What's going on in New Orleans? Is there anything to be worried about on the Saints side of the football? We'll get the scoop on the Bills' next opponent coming up here on WGR. I haven't been convinced hard one way or the other. So for the time being, I think I prefer the Ravens win the game.
Wouldn't it be something, though, like, think about this for a second. Wouldn't it be something the Bills finally get the 1 seed?
Yeah.
And then this is when the Chiefs or the Ravens are the 6 seed.
Uh-huh.
And then they have to, either way,
well,
they're going to have to probably end up playing both teams.
But there is a chance. There's a chance. You want to get way down the road on that. Like, if Kansas City's going on the road and you got them as a 6 seed, there's a chance they're playing the Ravens in the first round, which is a dream. It's a dream. I know what you're saying. You're saying they don't play the Ravens, they win, and now I've got to play them in the divisional round for my first playoff matchup.
Yep.
And that's not quite I get to play the AFC South winner in the second round of the playoffs.
How these guys get to play the Texans and the Titans with Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll go back and look, but I think the opponents the one seed has faced in the AFC in the last few years, it's Jacksonville, it's Houston, it's Cleveland once.
And the Bills will end up with
again
the Chiefs.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That part wouldn't be fun.
Awesome.
But I don't even know if they lose this game, do they even deserve that much credit? This team, this year, do they deserve that much credit for, not only will they make it to the second round, but I still have to be that terrified of them? Because this is why I think I would lean Baltimore. And let us know what you think on this at 803-0550. If you think there's a way to divvy this up that makes sense to you, where everyone should be on one side. If the Ravens win the game, I'm going to feel like Chiefs are buried. They're buried. They're not winning the division. They're not in play for the one seed. They are realizing they're having happen to them what everybody thought should have happened to them last year, which is this team's not that great. They shouldn't be winning all these games. They're getting lucky, and they should have a much worse record than they do. The Bills division, is just as stress-free as, did New England have it like this every year? Where it was just like, you get to the third week of the year, and it's like, there's going to be nothing here. Not even like important games against these teams in the middle of the year where like they might talk themselves into, because there's two different types of stress, torture, if you're the other team in this equation. There's what Miami's dealt with for a couple of years, or gone through for a couple of years, which is they talk themselves into, oh yeah, we could beat the Bills in a big important spot when we're trying to win the division. They did have a 3-game lead and blew it, but they have talked themselves into that and not been able to accomplish that. New England, when they have Mac Jones. Remember the clips from the NBC Boston postgame? Of
course I do.
Very clearly talk themselves into, oh yeah, this is our time. This is our division now. And all along the way, just slammed. No, not even close. This is the total opposite. This is just massive golf. Nobody else in the division even trying to talk themselves into. They're even in the same ballpark as what the Bills are right now. They are as big of a division favorite as you'll ever see in the league this early on. So a big part of why I think it's pretty stress-free, a lot of it's that the Ravens started the way they are, but most of it is they play in a division.
You get
with
6
three
free wins.
teams that just are nowhere close.
You get 6 free wins.
Yeah.
And I think, too, about this division right now is, yes, I think it's exactly how it was during the Brady run. Because every couple of years, a team would have an early season, even like the Bills, beating the Patriots, in 2011, 2010?
To go to 3-1.
And they start hot, and then they win 2 games the rest of the way. That is what this division has been. It's like, oh, okay, hey, these guys might be prickly. And then they're not at all.
It could be frustrating. It could be frustrating if you let
Bills and Saints Sunday at 1 o'clock. We got our first injury report of the week yesterday from the Buffalo Bills, and there was a new name on the report. Spencer Brown was a non-participant at Wednesday's practice with a calf injury. So we'll see how he progresses throughout the week, but that is new to the injury report is Spencer Brown with a calf injury. Also not practicing, again, Matt Milano with his pectoral injury, and then also Ed Oliver, who hasn't practiced in a while with an ankle injury. They also were non-participants yesterday. AJ Epinesa, meanwhile, who also has a pec injury, was listed as a limited participant. For the Bills' upcoming opponent, the New Orleans Saints, Chase Young, their defensive end, was not practicing yesterday with a calf injury as well. Cameron Jordan, who's been dealing with a groin injury, was a full participant, so he'll be ready to go on Sunday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by The Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Preseason game number 3 tonight for the Buffalo Sabres. They are in Detroit. That's a 7 o'clock puck drop. You can listen to the game right here on WGR. And tonight, also Thursday night football matchup between the Arizona Cardinals and the Seattle Seahawks. That is just after 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think he realizes how much confidence we have in him. I think he's playing a lot of good ball. And, it's frustrating because Spence hasn't been able to get a win in this league, and he's earned it, and he deserves it. He's done so much good. And so, we got to all rally together, focus on our individual task, and we'll get that thing done sooner rather than later.
Kellen Moore, head coach of the New Orleans Saints, the Bills' opponent on Sunday at 1 o'clock. And Bills fans are excited about this game. We've talked about the weirdness of it being the most expensive ticket of the season because of it being a 1 o'clock home game, and it's like the only one of the year. There's one other, but that's late November. You don't know what the weather's going to be like. And this Sunday, for the tailgate scene, it's going to be 70 and sunny.
It's going to be a vibe.
You expect the Bills to win. So,
are we in the parking lot this week?
We are.
Oh.
I think so.
Are we?
I'll double check on that, but I think we're outside in the parking lot. Ross Jackson from Locked On Saints, one of our favorites, joining us now on the West Her hotline. Hey, Ross, I don't know if you knew that. It's again, like kind of weird circumstances coming together, but this is the most expensive Bills ticket of the season.
Yeah, that's a little shocking to hear, if I'm just to be honest, but it makes sense, the idea that, it's the one predictable weather situation at noon on a Sunday. I get that it has a lot more to do with that than the opponent, I imagine.
Yeah, and we've begun a spoiled life here a little bit where we're not liking the primetime games as much, and it's 1 o'clock Sundays just can be a treat. So that's a big reason why. The other weird thing about this game, I don't know if you knew this, Ross, is this is the final year Highmark Stadium. That's another big reason, I think. Just like the final great weather 1 o'clock game at the stadium before next year they move across the street. The Saints have the best record all time at Highmark Stadium. 4-1.
That part I did know. Yeah, that part I did know. It was pretty surprising. I remember back to like a 2017 game where the Saints had a lot of success on the ground, and that ended up propelling them to a win and things like that. Like they've had some of those kind of weird, wonky games over there. Then maybe this adds to the list.
That is the game where the Saints, I think, ran the ball 25 times in a row or something, and the Bills were just totally embarrassed.
Was that Kamara and Ingram?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kamara, Ingram, and then I think it was even there was another back. I want to say maybe Dwayne Washington, perhaps. That ripped off some big run or something like that.
There was
in the game.
That's when I think it really became demoralizing in that game. It wasn't just Kamara and Ingram. Like the third string guy came in and was ripping off big runs. Obviously, Ross, I think Bills fans are more optimistic about what we'll get in this game. It's the biggest spread in the league of the season so far. Is there anything in your mind that a Bills fan should be worried about on the Saints side? Like what part of their team roster, if you can make a case for anything, would you say is the most threatening to a big favorite?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd make a case specifically for anything, but I would say that, when you have a team like New Orleans where there's not a lot of expectations around them, where the performances honestly haven't been great, when you're coming off of a game where you get shellacked 44-13, that maybe there's a little bit of, angriness that comes into a game, a little bit of anger that comes into a game on an any given Sunday type of situation that could potentially propel the Saints into being, I would say, a bit more of a contender than they were expected to be. Not necessarily that there's an upset of brewing or anything like that, but if there was going to be anything that was going to propel this New Orleans Saints team into being a bit more competitive than maybe initially expected going into this Week 4 matchup against, a Super Bowl contender, reigning MVP, two-time, back-to-back MVP probable and everything, that maybe, just maybe, it's the anger coming off of a complete butt whipping that they experienced over in Seattle. And then I would say that, the Saints run game has had some success, and I know that run defense in Buffalo has been a little bit of a vulnerability. And so if the Saints end up finding a way to control the game there, that's maybe where things can get a little bit tricky. But I wouldn't say that there's anything necessarily to be completely intimidated by when it comes to this New Orleans Saints team.
Ross Jackson, Locked On Saints here on the Western Hotline. Jody Biasi, Nate Geary. Going back to last week, it was over quick on the scoreboard. I mean, if you were on the Sunday ticket quad box, you might have never gone to it because of the score in Seattle. What really happened last week in your mind that had it get away from the Saints so quickly?
Yeah, New Orleans was just so unprepared at all three phases in this game. Kellen Moore came out after the game and immediately talked about how, this was a loss in all three phases. They had issues on offense, defense, and special teams. You saw the punt return touchdown, the longest punt return touchdown in Seattle's history, 95-yarder, a 60-yard kick return, a blocked punt, an interception that got called back that then turned into a missed field goal. A bunch of short fields for Seattle, which made things really tough for the Saints defense. I think all of those things just compounded very, very quickly. You had a 38-point, game, or you surrendered 38 points to a team that didn't convert a third down in the first half and that ran the football only 8 times in the first half and that ran only 20 plays on offense. That doesn't happen very often, but when a game runs away from you like that and that freight train moment happens to you, that's a challenging thing to try to bounce back from. So I think that the Saints is a rebuilding, young-ish team that got young in a hurry and in some cases against their own will. That is a game where it was just a Murphy's Law situation, that everything that could go wrong did go wrong, and a lot of it happened because of a lack of preparedness at all three phases of the game.
I was mentioning, Ross, that this has to be one of the most difficult 2-week stretches for any team in the NFL in terms of travel, going from the highest point in the West Coast nearly up to the furthest point on the East Coast in back-to-back weeks with very little rest in between. Add that to the fact that they've got a second-year quarterback in Spencer Rattler, who, last year I don't think got a real great look at it with the weapons surrounding him. Chris Olave back this year. What are your thoughts through 3 games of Rattler? And I mean, I do think, does everybody assume we're going to see Shuck at some point? I mean, they did spend a second-round pick on him.
Yeah, I think that there's an assumption that he'll be on the field at some point this season, but when that happens, it's going to be entirely up to Spencer Rattler. Spencer has had a strong season in comparison to his 6 starts last year. The issue is that he's 0-9, and everybody's going to look at win-loss record and everything like that, but I think the Saints think of him more as 0-3 than 0-9. I don't know how much they're really putting stock into the kind of wonky situation that was the 2024 season and those 6 starts and losses. And so I think instead the Saints are kind of looking at this as starting from the beginning of the 2025 year. And I think the best way to describe what Spencer Rattler has done is that he's not been the reason why this team has lost games, but he's also not been the reason that they're winning games either. Like, that's an offense that had the football at the end within one possession at the end of the game in the first 2 weeks up against the Arizona Cardinals, where he actually delivered the pass that he needed to deliver that could have given them the opportunity to tie or take a lead, depending upon what they wanted to do with the point after situation there. But unfortunately, the ball was dropped and broken up. And then in the San Francisco game, just couldn't really get the offense moving at the end of that game. And so I think that there's a fair balance to be struck in terms of what the expectations of Spencer Rattler are versus what the performance so far has been, which is that he's not been of detriment to the team at all, but he also hasn't been able to elevate the team just yet either. And so I think that, you come off of this game against the Bills, which we're all expecting to be, a not so great showing for the team. But if he ends up looking fine coming out of that game, then he probably gets another couple of weeks. He's got the New York Giants and then the New England Patriots on the way. If he can't get wins in those games, then I think that's maybe when the Tyler Shuck noise gets a little bit louder. But as of right now, it's full commitment and full steam ahead with Spencer Rattler until he otherwise sort of changes everybody's mind.
What do you think this offense looks like with him at the helm against the Bills? Do you think is he one to let it fly? Do you think they try to keep it as conservative as possible to keep the game close? What would you expect from the Saints offense on Sunday?
Yeah, there's a lot of talk from them right now about them being more aggressive going into this game. I don't know that I buy it. We'll see. I think being aggressive is probably the right thing to do. I don't think that you go into a game where, you have a potential 30-team split in between where you are and where they are in the NFL and play it safe, But I don't necessarily think that always means airing it out and taking all these deep shots and things like that. Like you have in the New Orleans Saints a pretty good rushing offense that might start its full, healthy starting offensive line for the first time this season in this week. And you got a lot of guys that are physical people movers going up against a defense that can be moved in the run game. And so I think you try to establish that first, and then you let the rest of the game come to you from that. The Saints have faced 69.6% of the time light boxes, 6 or fewer defenders. If you can change that, then all of a sudden you have an opportunity to maybe push that ball downfield and get more aggressive. So I would say that early on in the game, it'll be about setting up the aggression, even if it's not immediately tapping into that aggression, but they've got to earn that. And I think the run game is where that's all going to start.
Ross Jackson with us on the West Her hotline. Some of the veteran players, you mentioned like they're a youngish team. They do still have some of these veteran players that are around the roster in roles. Mm-hmm. Are there obvious names that you think are players that, like here in Buffalo or Kansas City, whoever is going to be looking to buy come trade deadline time, which I know we're still a little ways away from, that you think are going to be obvious names that the Saints might be looking to sell?
Yeah, I think so. I think that that's definitely something that could come to fruition, and it could be some veteran names, and it could be some young names too. I mean, look, I'm not advocating for certain things here, but when it comes to the just real possibility of a team that's looking to potentially build some assets, the Saints have some young pieces and they have some veteran pieces they could potentially be interested in moving. Alvin Kamara is a guy that I would say to watch out for, depending upon how the season goes. Chris Olave going into his 5th-year option, that's a very tradable situation there. I think that there's a lot of different places where the Saints could potentially go if they get into a point to do that. And look, I'm not saying that those players are performing so poorly that they deserve to be traded. I'm saying that they are really good players and talented players and promising players on a rudderless ship right now. And sometimes what you need to do as an organization is put those players in better situations and get a return from that. And the Saints have traded away a bit more of their 2026 draft than I would have expected going into the season. And so maybe there will be some opportunities to recoup some of those draft picks and things like that with players like them. Corner Alante Taylor over on the backside, who's a really, really talented young guy in a contract year as well. And so there could definitely be those players that end up, recouping some assets for New Orleans that put them in some better situations while the Saints kind of, and navigate this rebuild and get things figured out.
Yeah, Olave's interesting because he's still young enough, right? 25 years old, but they're going to have to decide whether or not they want to pay him. And how is that going this year? You just by looking at the stats, you see a ton of targets and not a lot of production. But I guess even maybe the fact that he's on the field healthy is a good start for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a big part of it. And he was, a big part of the game plan last week, early and often, but just didn't have a lot of space in the passing game, the Saints did in those situations, because Seattle knew exactly what it was they wanted to do. It's the advantage of going up 3 scores in the first quarter, right? Is that okay, well, the team's going to, there's no rushing downs here. This is going to be all passing. And so put a shell over the top and dare them to run if they want to, but otherwise take away all the big plays. The Saints have 1 completion so far this season of 25 yards or more, and there's only 1 pass catcher in New Orleans that averages more than 10 yards, and that's tight end Jack Stoll. It's not Chris Olave. It's not Rashid Shaheed, who's a guy that was averaging 17-plus yards in a couple of his seasons. That's not been the game plan for New Orleans so far. It's not for lack of trying. They just haven't been able to connect there, and they also haven't been able to get open there because of the game situations, game flow, and I'm sure as well with some of the execution has been an issue too. And so I think that it's tough to gauge kind of how things have gone for Chris Olave because the offense itself has remained super condensed. But he's gotten open and he's gotten his opportunities. And so, but I think that there's a lot more to his game. There's a lot more to those other receivers as well that can be kind of on display if they finally get to a point where they're opening up this offense and then connecting on some of those deeper shots, those chunk plays, those big plays.
Yep, Shahid's a lot of fun, obviously, too. Ross Jackson on the Western Hotline. You can actually check out, he was on with Joe Marino. They did a crossover episode, Locked on Bills, Locked on Saints, so good stuff there, previewing the game as well. Thanks, Ross, as always, and enjoy the game on Sunday.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks so much for having me on. Y'all take care, stay safe, and I look forward to talking to you here again soon.
Definitely. You too. Ross Jackson at Ross Jackson, NOLA, if you want to follow him on Twitter. I did just take a peek at his Twitter account before he came on and was reminded of a pretty crazy thing that happened in sports this week from his Twitter, which if you didn't see, because, basketball's not on the brain, I'm sure, for almost anybody here right now.
Speak for yourself.
Zion Williamson looks like a completely different human being.
Ozempic's crazy, man.
He said
I got to give me some of that, man.
He said he got criticized a lot for just stuff. Football. He said football is how he got in shape. Like, he'd go out and run routes.
Okay.
It's an idea. It's not a workout plan I've ever heard for someone who isn't a football player, but it makes sense. How do you get in shape? I just went and ran routes every day and had someone throw me a football.
I went and ran 9 routes the whole time. Oh, so you ran in a straight line? That's what he did. Come on. What's he going to run? Is he run slant routes?
Yeah, maybe slant routes.
Who's throwing? Is he catching?
The chat is still demanding that we run a 40-yard dash, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Every time you're here. Because it came up during combine time, I think. And I was out of commission at that time because I had an Achilles thing happening. But that's for February, I think. You don't want to do it at all.
I don't want to run.
You run for how long? 5 seconds.
You get to it.
What?
You're going to run a 5-second 40?
No, it was like an estimate. You think what?
It's going to be higher than
5
that.
seconds?
It's going to be
How much
higher than that.
It's not going to be 6.
It's closer to 6 than 5.
Ooh, I don't agree with that. Closer to 5 than 6.
Buddy, let me
I'm
just tell you.
I'm not saying I'm going to run a 5:05, but I'm not running a 5:8.
You might.
No way.
Here's the thing. I would need
no chance.
I would need 3 weeks to prepare for this. Stretching, light running. Mm-hmm. I got to start getting the jolt back, like those those quick twitch movements, because my body has not moved in a meaningful way.
Do you think you could beat the slowest 40-yard dash in NFL Combine history, which is a 6:05?
Yes.
By Regis Crawford in 2004.
Would it be worth it, though? That's my point. Would running a 40-yard dash for the views, for the vibes, would it be worth the torn hamstring? And I'm not convinced.
Just stretch. Do some stretching.
You're
probably be doing that anyway.
30? You're 30?
Yeah.
This is hard to explain. You're going to know exactly what I mean in 18 months. I know. I sound like an idiot.
18 months, it happens that quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
When did you turn 30?
June.
Okay. So this is recent for you. Have you started to notice things?
No, because I stretch.
So do I.
I actually get assisted stretching.
Joe is the only guy who's ever turned 30. He's like, I stretch, bro. I don't feel 30.
Well, okay.
I stretch.
Maybe this is actually part of your point, though. I never stretched ever until like a year
And now
ago.
you have to stretch.
And now I do feel like I have to.
You have to stretch.
That's okay, so there's a point.
How's it feel after 5 beers? Different, doesn't it? It hits different. 5 beers is worse than 15.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather be blackout the next day.
You're not 50.
I know, but there is
Sal's out here running flag football routes, beating guys half his age.
And Sal is
be done.
It can be done, but you can. I know Sal feels it. The next day, he might not tell you he feels it.
I don't know if he feels it.
He feels it. Also, Sal's like kind of oddly chiseled in the lower. Like he's got good. I've got walking legs. I've got walking legs.
Legs.
Yes, I walk for golf. Every round I play,
You've got golf
legs.
I've
got golf legs. So they're chiseled, but they are like, the SpongeBob episode where he puts on the blow up arms.
Yes.
And he looks like he's jacked, but they're just little blow up arms. That's my legs. They look jacked, but they are not. They are
boxer legs are
very
another,
squishy.
Way to put that.
Yes, very yes.
Yeah, you're right. Golf is not a sport where you really get many lower body.
It's like
exercises.
It's like squatting 100 pounds 50 times.
Would it help?
Help what?
In golf,
having big legs.
Yeah,
I think so. I mean, if you look at Rory, if you look at they've got tree trunks.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, you turn 30 and you're like,
you can't run 40-yard dashes.
And you're
anymore.
like, man, you take a swing, you take too big of a chunk out of the ground, and you're like, I'm gonna feel that for 2 weeks. And then I wake up and I sleep wrong, and I could be out of commission for the next 7 days.
I got to get you on the volleyball squad or something.
This is not unique to me, Joe. I'm telling you, within the next 18 to 24 months, we're going to be on this show, and you're going to be like, this. You're not going to be able to turn your head, and I'm going to be like, what happened? And you're going to be like,
see, again,
I slept weird on my pillow.
The chat's going to be after you because this is all just a preamble to why Nate doesn't want to run because he knows he'll lose, and he's saying that because
I will absolutely crush you in a 40-yard dash.
Oh, here,
it's
okay,
not
there we go.
Worth it. Mm-hmm. It's not worth it.
I think I could set a time on my own that you wouldn't even decide to run it. We'll get there. This is off season.
Okay, you know what? The Olympics now has speed walking.
Yes, I do. I did see that.
I would speed walk against you. That would nearly
new
guarantee that my hamstrings remained intact.
All right, we'll keep that in mind. We're gonna have a speed walking competition here at the station. Who can speed walk the fastest? 803-0550 is the phone number. The chat. They're all over it. Derek in South Carolina, if you hang on the line, we'll get to you when we come back. Earlier, Chiefs and Ravens, if you got a thought on that, you want to get it in, if you got a preference, one or the other, who wins on Sunday. It's pretty split down the middle at our poll on Twitter, so you can check that out and you could vote in that, or you can give us a call. Jody Biasi and Nate Geary. Jeremy is off today. You're listening to WGR.
camp. So all the physical part, yes, but all the mental part, the playbook and those things. So right now, I think lowering expectations and managing them and just taking it one day at a time and seeing when and if he can come back. Okay. That's what McDermott said. I think the if part is what really raises alarm bells with people, and I totally get that. I'll also tell you, I've covered this coach since he got here 9 years ago. He always plays it a little safe when it comes to injuries because he doesn't want to put expectations on guys coming back. Because if you say, oh, we think he's going to come back in 2 weeks, and for some reason you don't, now you have way more questions, right? It's just not something he does. I'm not dismissing the point that maybe Max Harrison doesn't come back this year because the injury, because Dorian Strong's on the team and playing right now, because of all the reps he would need to get ready. Not dismissing that at all. But I didn't get right to, oh my God, he's saying he might not come back this year. I think he's just doing what he normally does, which is, hey, I mean, like, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. He's got a lot of work to do. And when the time comes, we'll see where he's at. That's the way I interpreted it.
New addition to the Bills injury report at practice yesterday. Spencer Brown did not practice with a calf injury. He was one of 3 Bills that didn't. Matt Milano also not practicing with his pectoral injury. Ed Oliver still not participating with an ankle injury. Meanwhile, AJ Epinesa was limited. He was also listed on the report with a pec injury. So we'll see about Spencer Brown later on today, see if he is back on the field. For the New Orleans Saints, Chase Young, their defensive end, has a calf injury. He did not participate yesterday. Dylan Redun's another offensive lineman, also not participating for the Saints yesterday. Cameron Jordan was a full participant with his groin injury, so he should be good to go on Sunday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-million. Sabres are back in action tonight in preseason game number 3. That'll be at 7 o'clock in Detroit. You can listen to the game right here on WGR. And also Thursday Night Football tonight between the Arizona Cardinals and the Seattle Seahawks just after 8 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Really thinks about every day is, what does my team need from me in this ball game so that we come out with a win? That's the apex level of quarterbacking. When the bottom line is, did my team win on Sunday? I may not have the gaudy stats, but I will give them what they need in order to win. And that's exactly where Josh Allen is. He is better this year than he was last year.
Charles Davis on Josh Allen. Is he better this year than he was last year? He was pretty good last year. Won the MVP. It looks very similar. It's get rid of the negative plays, and when you have to take shots down the field, maybe the best example is that in week 1 when he couldn't just, hey, don't make negative plays and, throw the ball short, that he was able to will them back into that game. Helped with a Keon Coleman deflection, or a Dawson Knox deflection to Keon Coleman. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. 803-0550 is the phone number. The Ravens and the Chiefs playing on Sunday, spending a little time on that today, on who you'd rather see win. And I think there's a good argument on either side, but you got a thought on that, feel free to reach out. You can send us a comment in the chat, too, on that, or if you want to give us a phone call. Derek in South Carolina is next up. What's up, Derek?
Hey, man, thank you so much for taking my call. I only got a few minutes here because I'm working on the highway, but I would rather see the Colts win it. That gives us a 2-game lead on them, and we play the Chiefs. I mean, if we can beat the Chiefs, that gives us 2 games on them. But the only 2 games that I'm really worried about in the season is the Eagles and the Steelers, because the Steelers, they've always played us hard no matter what players they've had. And the Eagles, I just don't know yet. I mean, we got a lot of players coming back. Like you guys said, this is like what? Preseason, the next 3 weeks. I mean, I listened to your show yesterday morning. And we don't know who we're going to have and who we're not going to have, or how's it going to go. I mean, everybody needs a jersey.
Yeah. Right. Only preseason. Thanks, Derek, for the call. Only preseason in the sense of there are a couple of roster decisions incoming, and in training camp and preseason, it's a lot about figuring out who's going to be on the team, who's going to get a game day jersey, and for the next 3 weeks, that might be true of a couple of guys. Not the whole team, not the results, obviously. But TJ Sanders, I think, is big for this. If he doesn't play well the next 3 weeks, he might be inactive coming out of the bye. If Javon Solomon performs really poorly in the next 3 weeks, he could get cut when Michael Hoyt returns to the roster. If Landon Jackson gets a jersey and doesn't do anything in the next 3 games, you might not see him get a jersey again for the rest of the season. So that's what I think that means. And in these games where they're probably, like New Orleans is the extreme example of this. 16.5-point spread, as Ross put it in the last segment. There's a 30-team difference between the Bills and the Saints in the league. In a game like that, where maybe you're up comfortably the whole day, there are going to be other things to watch for that are interesting, and a couple of those individuals on the defensive line with 2 veterans incoming, I think is one of those things to watch. 803-0550 is the phone number. Steve in Buffalo's next. What's up, Steve?
What's up?
Morning.
I'd rather see the Chiefs get beat so many times that they're the 7th seed and it's Ravens versus Chiefs for the 2 versus 7.
All right. The only thing with that is, and I never got to this point earlier, and it kind of goes in line with, the Chiefs aren't really capable, in my mind, of missing the playoffs. As much as I don't think they look impressive, and I don't think they're going to win the division, I don't think they're going to win on Sunday when they play Baltimore. And they got a tough schedule. All of that. I still have an incredibly hard time seeing any outcome that doesn't include them at least getting in as what Steve just said, the 7th seed. There just are not enough good teams in the AFC. Like right now, if I told you, guaranteed, Chargers, Bills, Colts, Ravens, there's 4. They're all 100% in. All of those 4 teams, they're automatically going to make it. I've still got room for 3 more teams, which means here's the rest of them. 3 of these teams need to be better than Kansas City. Cincinnati without Joe Burrow, that's not happening. Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers. It could, because the Steelers are stupid and they'll luck their way to 9 wins, but I don't think it's likely. They don't look great. Jacksonville, they don't look great. The Raiders. Denver's the one team that I think could do it. But that's only one. I need to find 2 others. New England, no. Cleveland, no. Jets, no. Miami, no. Houston, no way, the way they look. Tennessee, definitely not. I can't find 3 other teams that get in over the Chiefs. So if you are out there thinking well, maybe if they drop to 1-3, there's a chance they could. I don't think it's possible. It's a weird year. There are 4 good teams, 5 good teams in the AFC right now, and then everybody else just doesn't look impressive at all. 803-0550 is the phone number. Thanks, Steve, for the call. Let's go to another Steve. Steve in Texas. What's up, Steve?
Hey, morning, guys. I was listening to a podcast yesterday, and they were talking about Zach Taylor being on the hot seat after this season, and they were like, well, Cliff Kingsbury's a pretty hot offensive mind, and I was sitting there kind of laughing. And then I was like, oh, shoot, Joe Brady's going to be a hot candidate, and that almost kind of seems like, if Burrow's got anything to say that, he's going to end up going over to Cincinnati after the season, which just really kind of puts more of the pressure on. Man, they really got to do it this year. It's set up so right for them, and it's going to be so tough to win a Super Bowl with a new offensive coordinator, which kind of takes next year, I don't want to say off the table, but This is the year that they really just got to swing at it.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve, for the call. Yeah, I haven't thought too much about Brady. A little bit about Brady not being here next year and what that would mean to their chances. But the idea that he gets a coaching job next year, I think, is very, very possible. I don't think it'll be Cincinnati. I mean, they didn't fire Marvin Lewis for 16 years, and he never won a playoff game. This coach has taken them to the Super Bowl. Think that organization is just not one that would fire a guy, even when maybe he deserves to be. And you could argue one way or another if he does. But that wouldn't be the team. But there are others. There are others that I think will be taking a look at Brady. That's a part of it. That's a part of it all being set up for them is they have an offense that works right now, and they have a coordinator that is into his third year on the job, if you're including the interim year. And there's a comfort level with that. Comfort level with the quarterback. There aren't questions about your play caller, about the design of your offense, what you want to be on offense. We know what they want to be. We can argue about how much they should lean into that, but Ken Dorsey, you could never figure it out. What do they want to be? Brady, you know. And in a year or in 2 years when he's no longer calling plays, we'll have those questions again. So it does go in line with the schedule being right for them, the division being right for them, Baltimore start, it's all going perfect. Mike in Pennsylvania is next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, good morning, guys. Real quick before I get to my point, when you guys were naming names yesterday, sports names, you guys completely skipped over the best one in golf, which is Tiger Woods. So I wanted to bring that up.
Yep, that Woods more so, right?
Yeah, you guys were into golf. You were talking about golf, and then
didn't even think of it.
Yeah, didn't even think of Tiger Woods. So, my question is to you guys: being that Dorian Williams is in a contract year, he's shown flashes of being pretty good. Is it a possibility when Milano comes back that he takes a back seat to Dorian Williams, because they really got to see what he's all about going into his contract year, and Milano being on a contract year, and I think they're possibly going to move on from him given his injury past. But I think that's a smart move for the Bills to put Dorian Williams in there going forward and use Milano in situations. What do you guys feel about that?
It's a good question. And it's a good question because I don't think Milano's had a good start to the year, and now he's hurt, which has been the biggest question with him. But he was not good in the Baltimore game. There were some plays where there was nothing he could do. He was getting met by two guards at the line of scrimmage. But, I mean, he's got 6 tackles, and that's it. He's got an 11% missed tackle rate. It's actually not that bad. But his grading and run defense is horrible. Coverage grade's pretty bad. From my eyes, he hasn't been making like a giant impact, but again, he's only played a little bit. So, yeah, but Dorian Williams got to come out and take it. And he's looked fine, and he looked fine last year, but he has not looked so good that it's undeniable that he's giving you more than Matt Milano is. So, for now, I still think it's Milano gets the benefit of the doubt. He's the veteran. He's the legend of the team. He looked good at the end of last season. It's his job until Williams either takes it or he just completely loses it. And maybe that does happen. So I don't want to tell you it's impossible. Williams is a young player, and he is super fast and athletic, and there's still, I think, a good amount of potential there. But we're into year 3. Like, if he's ever going to figure out how to use a 4.49 speed at linebacker to his advantage and be like a great linebacker in the league, you'd think we'd start seeing it like right now. Because if you're not seeing it in the middle of his 3rd season, then he's probably just what he is, which is a fine replacement level linebacker that has some problems in coverage. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to you when we come back. There's also a Sabre thing I want to get to. Pierre LeBrun is writing about all the big contract extensions in the NHL, and there's a line about Alex Tuch in there that includes what Tuch's camp could be looking for, and it might look like an eye-popping number, like what Tuch is looking to get, what contract, And I'm here to tell you why it's not actually that big a deal or that much of an ask. So, little hockey coming up. Your phone calls on the Baltimore Chiefs game as well. That's all ahead here on Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Okay, so let me just kind of walk everybody through what happened yesterday and this really interesting stuff with Max Hairston. So Sean McDermott says yesterday he's asked by Matt Perino about a status update on Maxwell Hairston. And Maxwell Hairston can basically begin practicing next week if the team chooses to do that. So he was basically asked, like, what are your thoughts right now on him? And you guys know the way Sean is about injuries, and he's very general. He doesn't like to put himself in, some sort of, box where, you're putting expectations on certain things. So he said he's working and moving in the right direction. I don't know how many weeks it'll be. You got to remember now, Max has been out since whatever day or week in training camp. So all the physical part, yes, but all the mental part, the playbook and those things. So right now, I think lowering expectations and managing them and just taking it one day at a time and seeing when and if he can come back. Okay. That's what McDermott said. I think the if part is what really raises alarm bells with people, and I totally get that. I'll also tell you, I've covered this coach since he got here 9 years ago. He always plays it a little safe when it comes to injuries because he doesn't want to put expectations on guys coming back. Mm-hmm. Because if you say, we think he's going to come back in 2 weeks, and for some reason you don't, now you have way more questions, right? It's just not something he does. I'm not dismissing the point that maybe Max Hairston doesn't come back this year because the injury, because Dorian Strong's on the team and playing right now, because of all the reps he would need to get ready. Not dismissing that at all. But I didn't get right to, oh my God, he's saying he might not come back this year. I think he's just doing what he normally does, which is, hey, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. He's got a lot of work to do, and when the time comes, we'll see where he's at. That's the way I interpreted it.
The Bills division.
Oh, God,
is just as stress-free as, did New England have it like this every year? Where it was just like, you get to the third week of the year, and it's like, there's going to be nothing here.
Uh-huh.
Not even like important games against these teams in the middle of the year where like they might talk themselves into, because there's two different types of stress, torture, if you're the other team in this equation. There's what Miami's dealt with for a couple of years, or gone through for a couple of years, which is they talk themselves into, oh yeah, we could beat the Bills in a big important spot when we're trying to win the division. They did have a 3-game lead and blew it, but they have talked themselves into that and not been able to accomplish that. New England, when they have Mac Jones. Remember the clips from the NBC Boston postgame? Of
course I do.
Very clearly talk themselves into, oh yeah, this is our time. This is our division now. And all along the way, just slammed. No, not even close. This is the total opposite. This is just massive golf. Nobody else in the division even trying to talk themselves into. They're even in the same ballpark as what the Bills are right now. They are as big of a division favorite as you'll ever see in the league this early on. So a big part of why I think it's pretty stress-free, a lot of it's that the Ravens started the way they are, but most of it is they play in a division.
You get
with
6
three
free wins.
teams that just are nowhere close.
You get 6 free wins.
Yeah.
And I think, too, about this division right now is, yes, I think it's exactly how it was during the Brady run. Because every couple of years, a team would have an early season, even like the Bills, beating the Patriots, in 2011, 2010?
To go to 3-1.
And they start hot, and then they win 2 games the rest of the way. That is what this division has been. It's like, oh, okay, hey, these guys might be prickly. And then they're not at all.
Just getting more targets because, Metcalf's not there. He's a good football player. We got to have a high alert for where he's at, how they're deploying him, how they're using him. Clint's doing a good job moving them all around the formation. He's a good player. He gets open and catches it.
Jonathan Gannon, Cardinals head coach, on Jackson Smith and Jigba. And we'll have our parlay coming up in the next hour, so stay tuned for that. Phone call, and then we got the pick of the week for you coming up here as well. Philip in New Hampshire, those first up. What's up, Philip?
Hey, Joe. Good morning. How are you?
Morning. Good.
So listen, I hadn't really thought about it this far ahead up until this conversation this morning, but we keep talking about the Chiefs going to the 7th seed. My thoughts are go get them to the 6th seed, and then you just need a team maybe like the Broncos to sneak it ahead of them at the 5. And I really think the big discussion is getting those Chargers to the 2 and the Ravens to the 3. This way, the Chiefs end up having to go to Baltimore, hopefully losing. Baltimore has to go to L.A., hopefully losing there, and then the Chargers. You got an inexperienced team in the playoffs. A West Coast team coming out in January to Buffalo for the AFC Championship game. I mean, that to me is obviously would be the path to the Super Bowl for us for sure. I'd love to avoid the Ravens, obviously, at all costs.
Yeah. Thanks for the call. I think that is a dream. It's so specific. I just wonder what the odds are of really getting that to play out. Rooting for that outcome to happen over the course of, this is week 4. 14 weeks of this. How do we get the Ravens and the Chiefs matched up? I agree with you. It definitely would be awesome. It'd be my preference too. But figuring out every game in the league every week to get us to that point, I guess it's just a little much for me. At the moment, the furthest I'm going right now is I just want to see the Chiefs not win their own division and the Bills cruise to the 1 seed. Which, again, the best counter I've heard, as you're saying there, about the best counter I've heard about Sunday's game is, because I want Baltimore to win at the moment. The best counter I've heard is you still should be worried about them for the 1 seed. They're that good. They could go on a run where they win every game the rest of the year but one. And if they do that, they're still a team you have to fight with. But if they're to lose on Sunday, it's over. They're not making up a 4-game gap. 3 already is hard enough to see them do. 4 is just not happening. So that would be your argument. Your 1 seed becomes just beat out the Chargers. And you don't have to worry about Baltimore. If they win on Sunday, I still think there's an outside shot that they're the team that puts a run together to challenge the Bills. Thanks for the call. Pick of the week. I think it's going to be a pretty easy one, but we'll get that for you here. It's time for the Riverfront Auto Sales Pick of the Week, a 2019 Honda Passport Elite, fully loaded, smooth ride built for Buffalo's weather with all-wheel drive. 2019 Honda Passport is power style and at a price that'll move fast. Test drive today at Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street, online at riverfrontautosales.com. You can also call 716-886-1626. Pick of the week is the Ryder Cup. Absolutely the Ryder Cup. And if you're looking for it, so tonight is the opening ceremonies. And then beyond that, you have tomorrow, which is going to be starting very early at 7 a.m. and goes all the way to 6. So an all-day broadcast all on USA. And then Saturday and Sunday are both on NBC. Saturday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday, 12 to 6. So especially after the Bills game is over, you see it wrap up. If it's still close, that'll be good. You only get it once every 2 years. You only get it in the U.S. once every 4 years. Bethpage Black, which, of course, I've played, which makes it more fun for me personally, but maybe you've played it. It's public. You can play it. That's the pick of the week, the Ryder Cup. Get the U.S. to match Patrick Cantlay up against Tyrell Hatton, who blows his cool over every little thing, and Cantlay is the slowest player in America, who will drive him nuts. But come on, let's see it. Let's see some fireworks. Hatton will lose it. He'll throw a club. DeChambeau and Scheffler would be a cool pairing too. Scheffler saying some nice things about him the other day. Maybe that's the pairing we get. Very excited to see. It's like a coach deciding line combinations at the Ryder Cup. So there's a lot to think about on that front. But Yeah, this tournament is great. We'll have Brian Koziel on tomorrow. He's there. Tee to Green, they're at Bethpage. So he'll join us tomorrow somewhere in the 6 o'clock hour. He's getting there really early. So Brian's on hand. Follow Tee to Green on Twitter. They got awesome pictures from Bethpage. Ryder Cup and a runaway for me. 803-0550 is the phone number. When we come back, got a thought on what the Bills are doing, what the league is doing with 12 personnel, 13 personnel, more tight ends in the league. There's a stat on how often teams are using 2 tight end sets in the NFL, how much of an increase there has been. And I'm here to wonder, when are defenses going to say, all right, you've bullied us out of 2 high safety. We got to come up to the line and stop you in the run game now. When is that going to happen? It might already be happening a little bit. Get to that when we return here on Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Okay, so let me just kind of walk everybody through what happened yesterday and this really interesting stuff with Max Hairston. So Sean McDermott says yesterday he's asked by Matt Perino about a status update on Maxwell Hairston. And Maxwell Hairston can basically begin practicing next week if the team chooses to do that. So he was basically asked, like, what are your thoughts right now on him? And you guys know the way Sean is about injuries, and he's very general. He doesn't like to put himself in, some sort of, box where, you're putting expectations on certain things. So he said he's working and moving in the right direction. I don't know how many weeks it'll be. You got to remember now, Max has been out since whatever day or week in training camp. So all the physical part, yes, but all the mental part, the playbook and those things. So right now, I think lowering expectations and managing them and just taking it one day at a time and seeing when and if he can come back. Okay. That's what McDermott said. I think the if part is what really raises alarm bells with people, and I totally get that. I'll also tell you, I've covered this coach since he got here 9 years ago. He always plays it a little safe when it comes to injuries because he doesn't want to put expectations on guys coming back. Mm-hmm. Because if you say, oh, we think he's going to come back in 2 weeks, and for some reason you don't, now you have way more questions, right? It's just not something he does. I'm not dismissing the point that maybe Max Hairston doesn't come back this year because the injury, because Dorian Strong's on the team and playing right now, because of all the reps he would need to get ready. Not dismissing that at all. But I didn't get right to, oh my God, he's saying he might not come back this year. I think he's just doing what he normally does, which is, hey, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. He's got a lot of work to do, and when the time comes, we'll see where he's at. That's the way I interpreted it.
I haven't been convinced hard one way or the other. So for the time being, I think I'd prefer the Ravens win the game.
Wouldn't it be something, though, like, think about this for a second. Wouldn't it be something the Bills finally get the 1 seed?
Yeah.
And then this is when the Chiefs or the Ravens are the 6 seed.
Uh-huh.
And then they have to, either way, they're going to have to probably end up playing both teams.
But there is a chance. There's a chance. You want to get way down the road on that. Like, if Kansas City's going on the road and you got them as a 6 seed, there's a chance they're playing the Ravens in the first round, which is a dream. It's a dream. I know what you're saying. You're saying they don't play the Ravens, they win, and now I've got to play them in the divisional round for my first playoff matchup.
Yep.
And that's not quite I get to play the AFC South winner in the second round of the playoffs.
How these guys get to play the Texans and the Titans with Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah. I'll go back and look, but I think the opponents the 1 seed has faced in the AFC in the last few years, it's Jacksonville, it's Houston, it's Cleveland once.
And the Bills will end up with
again
the Chiefs.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That part wouldn't be fun.
Awesome.
But I don't even know if they lose this game, do they even deserve that much credit? This team, this year, do they deserve that much credit for, not only will they make it to the second round, but I still have to be that terrified of them? Because this is why I think I would lean Baltimore. And let us know what you think on this at 803-0550. If you think there's a way to divvy this up that makes sense to you, where everyone should be on one side. If the Ravens win the game, I'm going to feel like Chiefs are buried. They're buried. They're not winning the division. They're not in play for the 1 seed. They are realizing they're having happen to them what everybody thought should have happened to them last year, which is this team's not that great. They shouldn't be winning all these games. They're getting lucky, and they should have a much worse record than they do. Bills and Saints, Sunday at 1 o'clock. We got our first injury report of the week yesterday from the Buffalo Bills, and there was a new name on the report. Spencer Brown was a non-participant at Wednesday's practice with a calf injury. So we'll see how he progresses throughout the week, but that is new to the injury report, is Spencer Brown with a calf injury. Also not practicing, again, Matt Milano with his pectoral injury, and then also Ed Oliver, who hasn't practiced in a while, with an ankle injury. They also were non-participants yesterday. AJ Epinesa, meanwhile, who also has a pec injury, was listed as a limited participant. For the Bills' upcoming opponent, the New Orleans Saints, Chase Young, their defensive end, was not practicing yesterday with a calf injury as well. Cameron Jordan, who's been dealing with a groin injury, was a full participant, so he'll be ready to go on Sunday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by The Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Preseason game number 3 tonight for the Buffalo Sabres. They are in Detroit. That's a 7 o'clock puck drop. You can listen to the game right here on WGR. And tonight, also Thursday night football matchup between the Arizona Cardinals and the Seattle Seahawks. That is just after 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah, I mean, I think Coach always talks about it, mindset and the ball, and taking care of the football. That's my main job, and doing whatever I can do to not hurt ourselves, not put us in worse situations. I'm trying to take it one play at a time, and at the end of the day, each and every play, doesn't need to be a home run, but as long as we're taking singles and finding completions and staying in front of the sticks and scoring points, can't argue with the results.
That's Josh Allen. No home runs. Take the singles and the doubles. That is how they look. They're swinging for base hits. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. Nate had to duck out. We got our parlay coming up, though, in a little bit. Nate's got his leg, and Jeremy's got his that we'll get in a little bit. So me and Owen got to include ours. We've got the Cardinals and the Seahawks tonight. We have not won yet, and the parlay, hit rate, though, is low. Like, if you hit one parlay every 4 or 5 weeks, then you're gonna be ahead. So, but we're getting there. This is week 4, so we gotta hit one soon, and maybe we'll have some luck tonight. I like tonight's game. Cardinals and Seahawks. I think the Cardinals are wearing their rivalry series uniforms, which would be nice as well. And I'll have some opinions on Arizona tomorrow. We'll see what we get, but I am so out on Kyler Murray as an idea in the league. If he was my quarterback, I think I would be really wanting my team to move on to the next guy, but we'll see what we get tonight. On Allen there, so I mentioned before the break that there's some stats on how often teams are using 12 personnel and whatnot, and ESPN had a stat this morning that NFL teams are using 12 personnel more than at any point since 2007, which is the first year that they were tracking it. So since they've been tracking it, this year there's more 12 personnel than ever, which is 2 tight ends on the field, 2 receivers on the field, a running back. Now, what's interesting is the Bills, their 12 personnel usage on the year. I got what they're doing by percentage, how good they are at it. The league average this year, 24% of that's the league average. League average usage of 12 personnel is 24% of your plays. So it's still only a quarter, but that's up. That's up from past years. The Bills, surprisingly, only 6% are 12 personnel. But that doesn't mean they're not using 2 tight ends. It just means they're using 2 tight ends with an extra running back on the field and only 1 receiver, which they're one of the highest teams in the league at running. That's 22 personnel. 2 tight ends, 2 running backs on the field. The average in the league is 1.9% for that, and the Bills are at 12.6. So all the numbers, all you need to know is between 2 tight end sets, 3 tight end sets, the Bills are running a lot of that. A lot of that. And the league is doing that as well. Higher than ever. What I'm wondering more than anything, right now I don't really think it's a good question to ask of whether these teams should be doing it. A couple years ago, when the Bills seemed like they were trying to force it, when they had just drafted Dalton Kincaid, when you had an offense that was run by Ken Dorsey, and you still had a personnel that was equipped to run 3 receiver sets all the time, or at least you had a scheme that wanted to do that, then it didn't make as much sense. But now, Kincaid has had a good start to the year. Knox is a fully formed veteran in the league. And now you've got Jackson Hawes, who might immediately be one of the best blocking tight ends in football. Makes all the sense in the world that the Bills would be one of these teams that are doing a lot of this. More physical, more running, and you're better at running because you have bigger bodies, better blockers out there. Your play action game is strong. The Bills, when they go play action and throw from those formations where they have 3 tight ends out there or 2 tight ends out there, they're very good at it. So it makes sense. It's not worthy to ask whether they should be or not. The better question, I think, is how long is it going to take for NFL defenses to start playing the Bills differently? To start coming in with 3 linebackers? Will that even happen? Because what they're doing right now is clearly working. And the whole idea there from Allen is you don't want to need to take home runs. Well, part of that is that's still the thing that defenses are trying to prevent you from taking. Miami last week, a lot of deep safeties. A lot of them. Now, there were actually a good amount of plays open down the field that Allen decided not to take because it wasn't worth the risk. The types of plays that Daniel Jones was lighting up the Dolphins secondary in week 1. But Allen knew, I don't need to take these, or he at least thought, I don't need to take these plays. I'm not going to do it. So, they're still seeing that type of defense where this team's backing up and they're going to give me the short stuff. They're going to give me the run game because they're afraid of Josh Allen throwing it over the top and getting big chunk plays and just driving down the field with ease. They think, I'm going to make you take 10, 12, 13 plays. Well, the longer the Bills are great at 10, 12, 14 play drives where they're just not taking any negative plays, they're never turning the ball over, they are never taking sacks, and the more film that a team has on the Bills playing that way and having it work, isn't it increasingly likely that these defenses are going to start to decide, okay, this isn't working, so let's try it the other way. Let's pack the box. Let's throw our third linebacker out there. The Bills actually have seen a lot of defenses last year. I don't know about this year, but last year there were a lot of defenses with one high safety, but more than that even. Take a corner off the field, go big personnel to match up with their physical run game and those tight ends, and let's dare them to take those big home runs. Allen just said it right there. He's not going after the home runs. So if you're the defense, why wouldn't you dare him to? You don't want to take him? All right, let's see. Let's see if you can get these big plays from Keon Coleman, leaving him one-on-one with no safety help over the top. Let's see if Josh Palmer can beat us. And in week 1, with soft coverages, they did do it. So I'm not saying that would work. I'm not. Because I think the Bills they have a quarterback that should be able to take advantage of that. But it's more about defensive decision-making, the ebbs and flows in the NFL, the trends in the league. Teams were able to throw the ball all over the place for years, and the quarterback play was getting so good, and the arm talent was getting so good. I mean, Mahomes and Allen and Mayfield's got a rocket. All these quarterbacks with these giant arms. It took a while, but finally defenses, it got beat into them. We've just got to back up. We got to give them this run game. We got to give them this short passing game because we can't let them throw it behind us. So eventually defenses got beat into playing differently. Will it happen the other way? Will defenses get beat into, I got to play bigger. I got to play more physical. I got to play closer to the line of scrimmage. Here's where I think it's already starting to happen just a little bit. The Bills, who have been a straight nickel defense, Taron Johnson playing 90+% of the snaps every single year, and almost never seeing 3 linebackers on the field at the same time in this Bills defense. A Bills defense that has even said it. Taron Johnson said it. We're good if you run it. We'll give you the run. That's how they've played defense. Not allow you to throw it. The Bills themselves on defense have begun to change. It's only through 3 games, so it's a really small sample. But through 3 games, the Bills are not near their 95% plus percentage of defensive plays where they're in nickel, where Taron Johnson's on the field. They're not doing that. They are, I would even say, substantially increasing the rate of plays that they've got 3 linebackers out there. If Milano's healthy, it's Dorian Williams. You saw Shaq Thompson playing a bit last week against Miami. He made one great play right in the backfield where he blew up a play. He had a couple other tough plays, but you saw him out there. Shaq Thompson having a role. That would not have happened 3 years ago, 4 years ago. So you're even seeing it from the Bills, the heaviest nickel team in the league, the most frequent nickel team in the league, I should say. Even they've decided, hey, we're going to play a little bigger. We want to have 3 good linebackers. Dorian Williams might not officially be a starter in everybody's minds, but he's going to play. And that would not have happened 3 to 5 years ago. So maybe it's already started. And then, again, this is where ebbs and flows. I do believe that when Allen says, I don't need to take those home runs right now. That's representative of what the league is doing right now. I personally feel like there will come a day again where either because defenses start playing differently or because these offensive coaches have figured out a way to open it back up down the field, it's going to happen again. But I just don't know when. It might be by the end of this year, or it could be in 3 years. I don't think they're going to do, because I saw one text about this actually in the last couple minutes, I don't think they're going to do the thing that Mel Kiper suggested last year, which is ban 2 high safeties. I don't think they're doing that. I'm surprised, by the way, that ESPN hasn't had Mel Kiper back on TV this year to say that. He's probably busy. Is he scouting guys for the 26 NFL draft? But he came on TV last year with that take, and it made waves, and it was most thought a ridiculous take. I still think it is. I don't think it's going to go to that extreme. But I just wonder how long we're going to live here. How long are we going to live here in, man, everyone, if you don't have a good physical run game with tight ends and 12 personnel and play action and all these freakazoid tight ends that are crazy athletes that can run routes down the field. I mean, the Bills got Kincaid, but see Tyler Warren in Indianapolis? They draft him in the first round out of Penn State. That guy's awesome. You can't cover him. And that helped Indy do some of the things the Bills are doing. They're going heavy personnel because when they do drop back to pass, that guy is getting open. And if you have a guy like that, I think those are going to be the top offenses in the league. You might really need it. And that's kind of where I don't think the Chiefs are the same anymore. Level of offense. It's maybe not as much about, the receivers being injured or the line. I think the line was their biggest problem last year. A lot of these top offenses have that ability, and the Chiefs don't. They try, but Kelsey is not the same, and he looks really old, and if they want to run these big physical run packages and then run play action out of it, they don't really have the ability to do that. They don't have the run game for it. They don't have the running back for it. They don't have the tight ends for it. I think they're trying to do it differently. And maybe they'll be successful when Rice and Worthy comes back, but it is interesting that they're the one team that isn't doing it this way. But the Bills are. The Lions are. The Eagles are. The Ravens are. The Packers are. The Packers, look at their tight ends. Tucker Kraft is going to be a star tight end in the league for a long time. Last year, again, the Bills were ahead of this a little bit with Kincaid a couple of years ago. Maybe they were too early. But Green Bay and Baltimore's got Andrews and Isaiah Likely. A lot of these teams have 2 guys. The Packers didn't have any tight end of repute, and they go into the draft last year. And what do? They drafted one. Did they draft 3 of them? They drafted Luke Musgrave in round 2. And then they drafted Tucker Kraft in round 3. So 2nd and 3rd round picks on the same position. And again, it's kind of turned out the 3rd round pick's been better than the 2nd round pick. But they put an investment into that. And now they're getting a payoff of it because Kraft is great. And he allows them, with Jacobs in the backfield, to kind of be whatever they want. And if they want to play this style, they have that capability. So the Bills have it. And Jackson Hawes is a piece of it. Kincaid, I saw yesterday a tweet that, who tweeted it out? It was yards per route run in the NFL this year at the tight end position. And who's number 1 in the NFL? Dalton Kincaid. Number 1 in the NFL. Part of that is he doesn't play as much as some of these other star tight ends. I don't know if that's going to become a problem. I don't think it will be. But he's number 1 in the league in yards per route run. I think this is probably what it's going to look like. A breakout from Kincaid. 4 or 5 catches a game, 50, 60 yards, couple of touchdowns, and that probably will be good enough. 50 yards per game, which would be a career high. If he's able to do that for the whole year, we're talking about 850 yards at the tight end position Could lead the Bills in that category. So that's gone well so far through 3 games. And he led the Bills in receiving last week, which was the first time he'd done that since his rookie year. So, the Bills playing that way, a lot of it I think does ride on Kincaid. Being a pass-catching threat down the field, I think it makes them a lot more dangerous, but we'll see if he's able to hold up doing that. 803-0550 is the phone number. You still got a thought on that Chiefs-Ravens question, who you would prefer to win on Sunday? You could get in on that. And we got our parlay, Thursday night parlay coming up at 9:30. Here, a moment on the Sabres, though, here. So they got another preseason game tonight, 7 o'clock against Detroit. Actually, they just dropped their roster for tonight. And you got some NHL guys in here. Alex Gorgiev and Devin Levi going to split the net again. It's going to look a lot like the Monday lineup. In fact, it might actually be the Monday lineup. Consta Helenius will play for the 3rd game in a row. He's been having a really good preseason here. Owen Power and Michael Kesselring. Yeah, it's Monday's lineup. So that's tonight. Pierre LeBrun from The Athletic. There's a lot of big contracts in the NHL right now that are about to expire in a year. And the cap has gone up, so the landscape has changed. Those names, Connor McDavid, Kirill Kaprizov, Jack Eichel, Kyle Connor, and then you keep going down the list, and eventually you get to Alex Tuch, who the Sabres are currently dealing with in a negotiation. And what LeBron writes this morning, about an hour ago, is, quote, I would imagine Tuch's camp sees a double-digit AAV as realistic in that world, and there's probably not a lot of motivation to be the first of these pending UFAs to sign. Let everybody else set the pace, and then you come in underneath that, and I think there's going to be some sticker shock because the cap went up. And McDavid, Eichel, Kaprizov, these guys are going to sign for $17, $18 million a year. Kaprizov turning down $16 million. So that number is going to be eye-popping. And maybe that'll be the first realization from everybody that Tuch's going to get a giant contract. $10, $11 million a year. What I did is I looked at it by percentage of the cap when signing. And use Owen Power for an example. When Owen Power signed with the Buffalo Sabres, the cap was $85 million. So he signed for 10% of the cap. When Tuch signs, or the first year of Tuch's deal, the cap will be $104 million. $20 million more per year. So what'll 10% be for him? $10.4 million.
Right.
It's going to be in the tens.
It's going to be a big number.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of this. I think there was a little of this in the NFL this offseason where it's just that's a way bigger number than I was expecting this to be for this guy.
At least you get used to in the NFL because it happens every year.
Right. This is different for the NHL because they've been flat cap for however long, and now it's going to shoot up like crazy because they've paid back all the escrow. So it's going to, and that's the other thing that's going to add to it is they know it's going to keep getting crazier.
Yeah.
So these deals that are this long, that's another difference between this and the NFL. These are longer deals than most NFL players are getting. 7-8 year deals are longer term.
Yep.
So that's going to inflate those numbers even more because if it's going to be $120 million in 2 years, in 5 years, what's it going to be at? So these guys are thinking, if I'm signing up for a 6-year deal here, I've got to be protected to know I'm going to be making a reasonable number for what I do for you at the back end of that deal. And so that's where you're going to run into this stuff.
Yeah.
And you're going to have, I think a lot of the guys that we're talking about at the real top end of it, McDavid, Kaprizov, I'm ready to see 2-3 year deals out of those guys.
Yeah.
But Tuch is different because Tuch's older.
Right.
He probably doesn't want to do that and go bet on himself for 3 years.
He could do a 1-year deal.
Right. One would be interesting.
If I were him, I might even do that. I think I would do a 1-year deal. Because it goes up to $113 million the next year.
Right. And then it's just you're getting another year, you got more information, you find out it's going to get to 140 in 3 years, and you're like, well, I'm made now.
And you give the Sabres an extra year to figure out how to way to win.
Right. There's a lot of benefits to that, but there's also, he's getting older, and if he's going to sign, I think it's a 1-year deal or it's as long as he'll get the Sabres to give him.
Right,
because
at a big number.
Right, because he's not at an age where he's going to keep getting better. All he can hope for is to be as good as he's been and stay there. And so you don't want to go a 3-year deal and you have 2 kind of whatever years, and then you're giving up a lot of money. Whereas if he signs a 6 now, he could make 12.
I mean,
it's going to be a lot.
If he signed a 1, that's why if I were him, I'd sign a 1-year deal, because I'll sign a 1-year deal, and if I'm confident enough in myself that I'm going to have a good year in a year, I'm signing for $12 million. And by percentage, it's actually not even going to be a pay increase. It is, but it isn't. By the way, within all of this, that Tage Thompson contract is going to be on a list for years.
Yeah.
As he's going to be the most criminally underpaid player in the league, which is good for the Sabres, but he signs for $7.1 million and he's under contract till 2030. What is a player, but nearing the end of his deal, what is a player of his level going to be making? 20.
Yeah.
20
million.
I guarantee you within a few years he's going to be paid less than half of what the comparable players in the league are making.
Yeah.
But NHL guaranteed contracts you can't renegotiate.
That's the way it is.
803-0550 is the phone number. Cardinals and Seahawks tonight. I got a little thought on that game. We got our Thursday parlay coming your way as well. If you got a thought on who you want to see win between the Chiefs and the Ravens on Sunday, I think we've had a lot of good arguments on either side. So if you got a thought on that, feel free to give us a call. And we'll get that parlay for you. I feel really good about my side, my pick. So we'll see how we shape up here as a 4-legger coming up here on WGR. Injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. So, to the added names on the report, let's start with Spencer Brown, Sal, who did not practice yesterday. How concerning is that? Did we get any other indications of what happened there other than just he was on the report?
Yeah, not too concerned after he was on One Bills Live yesterday, and he basically said it happened during the game last week, kind of fought through it, and he thinks he'll be good to go. That's kind of his assessment. So we'll see where it goes. Calf injuries, you never know. You got to be careful. They could lead to something else if you're not careful enough with them, and something more severe long term. So I'm not too concerned after hearing him talk about it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And where he stands. I think the more concerning might be AJ Epinesa, because he was not even mentioned by Sean McDermott during yesterday's media briefing. And then he was on the field, and then he was limited with a pectoral injury. As we've seen many times before, we might see a guy limited, because maybe the coach didn't, maybe a trainer and the player got together before practice and said, hey, something's bothering him. Okay, let's back off him a little bit. So you get that at the end of practice when you didn't know. Maybe something could happen like that. When I see pectoral limited, I'm wondering, did something happen at practice? And pectoral could be something significant. Or it might not be. We don't know. So let's wait to see where that lands today. And, AJ Epinesa at defensive end doves into, what we've talked about before here with Landon Jackson and who's getting a jersey, who's not. Michael Hoyt coming back in a few weeks. So all of this is kind of baked into it. So I think today will be an interesting day to see if AJ Epinesa is on the field. Okay, so let me just kind of walk everybody through what happened yesterday and this really interesting stuff with Max Hairston. So Sean McDermott says yesterday he's asked by Matt Perino about a status update on Maxwell Hairston. And Maxwell Hairston can basically begin practicing next week if the team chooses to do that. So he was basically asked, like, what are your thoughts right now on him? And you guys know the way Sean is about injuries, and he's very general. He doesn't like to put himself in, some sort of, box where, you're putting expectations on certain things. So he said he's working and moving in the right direction. I don't know how many weeks it'll be. You got to remember now, Max has been out since whatever day or week in training camp. So all the physical part, yes, but all the mental part, the playbook and those things. So right now, I think lowering expectations and managing them and just taking it one day at a time and seeing when and if he can come back. Okay. That's what McDermott said. I think the if part is what really raises alarm bells with people, and I totally get that. I'll also tell you, I've covered this coach since he got here 9 years ago. He always plays it a little safe when it comes to injuries because he doesn't want to put expectations on guys coming back. Mm-hmm. Because if you say, we think he's going to come back in 2 weeks, and for some reason you don't, now you have way more questions, right? It's just not something he does. I'm not dismissing the point that maybe Max Harrison doesn't come back this year because the injury, because Dorian Strong's on the team and playing right now, because of all the reps he would need to get ready. Not dismissing that at all. But I didn't get right to, oh my God, he's saying he might not come back this year. I think he's just doing what he normally does, which is, hey, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. He's got a lot of work to do, and when the time comes, we'll see where he's at. That's the way I interpreted it.
All right, it's time for our Thursday parlay, 4-leg parlay. Cardinals and Seahawks tonight. Do we like this matchup? Does this interest you at all?
I have no idea what to think of it. I've been thinking about it all morning, thinking about what I want to bet here, and I'm glad I don't have to pick the game, is how I'm feeling about it.
Yeah, it's pretty even spread. They're both 2-1. So
I don't really like either quarterback very much.
Darnold's had a great start.
Right, but I don't know. I don't think I believe in that as much as the Seahawks clearly do. And Kyler, I'm with you on, he's not running the way he was when I thought he might be good.
Right.
He doesn't run like that anymore.
Well, I'll tell you, if you don't know who to take in a game like this, and I'm with you, I don't know who's going to win, take the home division team that's getting points.
Right.
Arizona's a 1.5-point underdog. If it's a confusing game, I get points for the home team in a divisional game.
I'm in.
I'll take that. Right. That is not going to be my leg, though, of the parlay. I'll start, though, with the two guys that are not here right now. Jeremy, in his bet for the 4-leg parlay, he's taking a Josh Sweat sack. He sent in that Micah Parsons started his Packers. This is from a tweet he got. Packers, Micah Parsons, on a pitch count, had 14 pass rush wins in this matchup. And only one edge rusher has more, Josh Sweat on the Cardinals. Arizona ranks number 4 in early going and pass rush win rate situations, whatever. Josh Sweat's been awesome. That's all you need to know. And Sam Darnold takes a lot. Darnold used to take a lot of sacks.
I think he got better at that.
I think he's still a sack guy. Yeah, this is a game where you get him. Their line is not great either, so I like that from him. Okay. Nate, meanwhile, is going with Jackson Smith and Jigba over on receptions. The number is 6.5.
It's a big number, but he's catching so many footballs for them.
6.5. He is, though. You're right. And he should be over the flu, which he had last week. So, all right, JSN over 6.5 catches. Jeremy's got Josh Sweat to record a sack. Owen, what do you like?
I'm going to take the over on Torrey Horton yards. I just think it's a low number. It's 25.5, and he is good. I think he's good, and I don't know that jives with our Jackson Smith and Jigba to catch.
You got some
7
throwing
balls.
You got pass attempts from the Seahawks.
So, we'll see about that. But I like that pick. I talked to Dan, producer Dan, about it in the break, and
you guys are in on that together.
I think we're in on that together.
What was it for the receiving yardage?
Yards,
25.5.
25.5 yards for Torrey Horton.
All right, so we're already up to plus 606. How much do I want to juice this up?
I didn't like any of the touchdown. All the touchdown prices seemed.
I think I want to go. The Cardinals, when they get around the goal line, do a lot of weird things. There's quarterback movement stuff, like bootlegs. They've done reverses to Trey McBride. They try to manufacture him touchdowns, but he doesn't always get them. Mm-hmm. I'm a big Trey McBride guy, but do I like him in this matchup? I think I'm going to go Trey Benson anytime touchdown.
Okay.
He's the back. He's the physical back. The only other guy there, Amari DiMercato, is like a really small pass-catching back. He's not getting it.
Right.
If they get in around the goal line, it's going to be Trey Benson time.
And
they don't sneak it.
Right. You're getting plus money on the running back one to score a touchdown.
Yeah. Like his biggest threat is this weird, like they run some weird plays around the goal line. So maybe that happens, but any normal run around inside the 5-yard line, I think it's Trey Benson time. So,
fair enough.
All right. Josh Sweat to record a sack. Jackson Smith and Jigba over 6.5 receptions. Torrey Horton 25.5 receiving yards, and then Trey Benson anytime touchdown. That's our 4-leg parlay. Looking for our first win of the season. You're keeping the records over there?
I'm keeping the records.
I got a loss last week.
I'm 0-3, which is embarrassing. Jeremy's 1-2.
Okay.
You are 2-1.
Okay.
And obviously Nate is 0-0 because this is his first 4-way parlay pick.
He left before the parlay anyway.
I know. What are we? Come on.
He didn't want to answer for it. His reasoning.
It's like the 40-yard dash.
That 40-yard dash.
People
want it really bad, and it's very strange.
The 40-yard dash in the chat. So
the chat is all about it. We could probably sell tickets to the people in the chat.
Really, it's quite a in-demand event.
Yeah,
maybe something.
803-0550 is the phone number. Tonight's game, Arizona and Seattle. I mean, one of those two teams are probably competing for a playoff spot. I mean, the winner's 3-1.
Right.
And what do you really have in the NFC right now? The problem for me with those two teams is, even if they're pretty good, Rams are great. I think the Rams are great.
Really good.
And the Niners, they just got to stay healthy, which is not happening. But they're 3-0 on the year. They have a bunch of easy games. I know they play, where is it? They play Jackson, and like the next month, they play Jacksonville, Atlanta, Houston, and the New York Giants. That's in the next month and a half. And then they get the Panthers and the Browns later in the year. Like the Niners, it was always the schedule. The schedule was arguably the easiest in football, depending on whether you looked at last year's record or the win totals, but easiest schedule in the league. And yeah, they've got their injuries, but Kittle's going to come back. and Ayuk's going to come back at some point. Purdy is coming back, so Nick Bosa is not, and that stinks. But that division 1 through 4 looks pretty good right now. I can't get to the Niners or the Rams not being the winner. Yeah. So this is a game tonight between teams that are going to be in wild card races.
Right. So it's big for them. And that goes to your Arizona home, take the points point.
What would you do if you were the Cardinals with Kyler Murray?
Oh.
Are you just riding that out forever? Are you taking that out for a spin for 2 more years? Is this the final year? Is he under the microscope? He had a big contract, but it's been a couple seasons. He's in the 4th year of that contract. And next year, so he's got 2 more years after this.
Probably get out of it somewhat clean at some point here.
I wonder, though. He's just good enough to make it tough, tough decision.
He keeps you in the sort of Steelers mid-range purgatory. You're not getting any better with him because he's not elevating your roster. But you're not going to do bad enough to be in a great position to draft another guy. So then you're into, I got to give up a bunch of assets to then pay this guy not to play for me so I can draft a guy that I don't even know is going to be as good as him. And then you're in a really tough spot if you end up doing that and the guy sucks. Like, that's always the fear, right?
Right.
And so it's tough. I think it depends on how you feel about the rest of your roster. How well set up are you? If I was a team that thought, my O-line's solid, I've got some weapons, if I had a guy here, we could be good. If I'm there, I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take the risk, and I'm gonna get rid of this guy that is fine. He's functional, but he's not gonna get me all the way there. I'm going to see if I can't get something for him or just move off of him and package some future assets together because I'm already set up to go get a premier prospect and see what we can do. That's how I would approach it. And I don't know really where the Cardinals stand even from that perspective.
Because what's their franchise they've been terrible for almost their entire existence.
Right.
And so what's their bar? Are they okay just being an 8-9 win team and selling tickets and being competitive? It's not like they're playing playoff games.
Right.
This is year 7, and Kyler Murray's appeared in 1 playoff game.
Exactly.
So
what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're not getting, as an owner, you're not sitting there getting playoff revenue. So, there's not even that to kind of keep you coming back to Kyler because he's not quite there.
They might be on the Pittsburgh Steelers scale of being stuck in the middle. Who is it? It's the Steelers. They're not number 1 on the list because it's their list. It's they're the name on the list.
Right. Jacksonville's that, right? They might even be worse than that. To me,
they have been worse.
They have been, yes.
The Cardinals, Murray is just good enough to stop you from bottoming out.
Right.
I guess maybe Lawrence is the same thing.
Kind of that.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right to bring them up. And they're 2-1. They don't look good, but they are 2-1.
Who else is in that group?
Who's stuck? Stuck in the middle. It's not Miami anymore.
Right. I was just going to say, that used to be Miami, and now they are certainly not in the middle.
Minnesota with Cousins was a little bit of this, but he's gone, and they went to they're trying other things.
They did that thing. They did what Arizona maybe should try to do, and they're kind of getting the bad end of that with McCarthy at the moment.
Yeah,
we'll see how that goes.
Who else is stuck? Stuck in the middle.
Seattle's kind of that at this point. With Geno the last few years, and now they're like, Sam Darnold maybe will work.
They kind of did the same thing.
And that's nothing, I think. There's a lot of those teams that are just what it is if your quarterback's
you know who this team is too? It's Dallas.
Yes.
Dallas is this team.
Exactly.
They don't. They're the Cowboys, so it feels a little different because they're always on TV and they're always being talked about. They make the playoffs a few more times, I think, than Arizona, for instance.
Right. But there's a range in that middle area that they're kind of at the top end of. I think.
Yeah, and Dak is
the top end of that group of quarterbacks to me. That's not quite a riser, but he's going to be fine.
I almost want to separate them, though, because for me, that's not the quarterback. That's different. Like, I think in Arizona, a lot of it is Murray.
Right.
Murray does... The more you watch him, he does have a lot of limitations. He actually doesn't run as much as you think.
That's what I was saying.
He scrambles in the pocket behind the line of scrimmage.
But he doesn't... There's not a lot of design stuff for him that I see. And
No, because they don't want him taking hits.
He's not scrambling, and he's not dangerous. Like, the first couple of years he was in the league, I thought he was really fun to watch and interesting. Ran around like a little toddler, and it like looked kind of funny and cool. And he was good at it. He would get yards when he needed them. I had him in the first couple of years in fantasy as my quarterback in Paul's league, and he would crush for us. But that is really tapered off.
Oh, yeah.
He hasn't become that much better of a passer, really. Like, he's fine at it, but he's not. He just doesn't have the same level of rushing threat that he used to.
Yeah, he ran
I
for...
think that's what made him even considerable for that upper echelon group of quarterbacks that like can win you games themselves.
He ran for 819 yards and 11 touchdowns in his second season.
Right.
And he's not touching those numbers anymore.
No.
He's in around 30 yards a game.
Right.
Which is not nothing, but it's not what it was.
Right. You're looking he was like Lamar-y with that. Like, he ran all the time. He was getting like 65, 70 yards a game. And it was like he'll score for a touchdown every other night. And you're like, all right, this guy rocks. He can throw it okay, and he's going to supplement whatever rushing attack we have. And that's really, I think, dissipated for him. And he doesn't really have, I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. looks like a
me and Nate talked about him earlier off the air about in fantasy, like what his value is right now, because I think he's good, but he's not superstar, special, instant Hall of Famer. No. There's drop problems there, and
that one he had last week was
like
that's you're looking at a guy that's thinking about dropping the ball a lot.
Yep,
and the one he had just wide open moon ball that he could have breadbasketed with his jersey.
Yep.
And he goes through his hands, and you're like, what happened there?
803-0550, the phone number, if you want to squeak a quick call in on our Ravens-Chiefs question from earlier. Extendo Sports when we come back, and then we'll get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up here on WGR. I haven't been convinced hard one way or the other. So for the time being, I think I prefer the Ravens win the game.
Wouldn't it be something, though, like, think about this for a second. Wouldn't it be something the Bills finally get the 1 seed?
Yeah.
And then this is when the Chiefs or the Ravens are the 6 seed. And then they have to, either way, they're going to have to probably end up playing both teams.
But there is a chance. There's a chance. You want to get way down the road on that. Like, if Kansas City's going on the road and you got them as a 6 seed, there's a chance they're playing the Ravens in the first round, which is a dream. It's a dream. I know what you're saying. You're saying they don't play the Ravens, they win, and now I've got to play them in the divisional round for my first playoff matchup.
Yep.
And that's not quite I get to play the AFC South winner in the second round of the playoffs.
How these guys get to play the Texans and the Titans with Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah. I'll go back and look, but I think the opponents the 1 seed has faced in the AFC in the last few years, it's Jacksonville, it's Houston, it's Cleveland once.
And the Bills will end up with
again
the Chiefs.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That part wouldn't be fun.
Awesome.
But I don't even know if they lose this game, do they even deserve that much credit? This team, this year, do they deserve that much credit for, not only will they make it to the second round, but I still have to be that terrified of them? Because this is why I think I would lean Baltimore. And let us know what you think on this at 803-0550. If you think there's a way to divvy this up that makes sense to you, where everyone should be on one side. If the Ravens win the game, I'm going to feel like Chiefs are buried. They're buried. They're not winning the division. They're not in play for the 1 seed. They are realizing they're having happened to them what everybody thought should have happened to them last year, which is this team's not that great. They shouldn't be winning all these games. They're getting lucky, and they should have a much worse record than they do. All right, Extendo Sports. When Sal was on earlier, we were talking about Curtis Samuel and maybe his candidacy to be a cut candidate when the suspended guys come back and they're going to need roster spots, and he's not playing, and he's not close to playing. Not because of injury, just whose spot is he taking? Because Elijah Moore's made a couple of plays, and earlier I mentioned this with Sal, like PFF run blocking grades for wide receivers. Tyrell Shavers has the 6th best run blocking grade of all receivers in the league. I think the minimum is like 10 blocking snaps. 6th best in the league among receivers. 3rd best is Elijah Moore, which is pretty surprising. So, a couple games, like a couple blocks here and there maybe can inflate that, but it goes Rashad Bateman, number 1, Tyler Lockett, 2, Elijah Moore, 3, Olamide Zacchaeus, 4, Jahan Dotson, 5, Tyrell Shavers, 6. So, if those guys are doing their job with that stuff, and Shavers is playing special teams, and Moore is doing well in the jet sweep, plays and all that, then how is Curtis Samuel getting back in this lineup? He's depth for injury. And as soon as Hoyt comes back, as soon as Ogunjobi comes back, they're going to be looking for spots around the roster. So, maybe that's one of them. All right. Thursday Night Football tonight. Sabres tonight. That's what we'll have here on WGR. 7 o'clock for Sabres and Red Wings. The guys over at Locked On NHL, I do the Locked On Sabres podcast. We did a little preview episode yesterday with the non-playoff teams from last year in the division. I was talking with Brian Fisher from Locked On Red Wings, and I realized the Sabres have the longest playoff drought in NHL history. We all know that. The Red Wings currently have the 4th longest drought in NHL history. And if they miss this year, they will be 2nd. So if they don't make it this year, you will have the longest and the 2nd longest playoff droughts in NHL history happening at the same time in the same division. Not telling you the Sabres deserve any sort of break for this, but they're playing in like the toughest division ever. There's been no parity in the Atlantic Division for years, and I don't really see more parity coming this year. Unless Toronto falls apart, but I don't see that happening. Too much. Hockey in a couple of weeks. 2 weeks from tonight's the season opener. 2 weeks from tonight, the season opener against the New York Rangers. Preseason against the Red Wings tonight. More football talk on the way next. Who do you want to win, Ravens or Chiefs? You want to get your phone calls in on that? Sure, they'll talk about that on the Extra Point Show. Also, of course, Bills and Saints, the injury updates, what happened to A.J. Epinesa yesterday. That'll be an update that we'll be looking for later on today as well. That'll do it for me. Tomorrow, Nate's back. We'll talk with Chris Brown. We'll talk with Sal Capaccio. We'll get you ready for Bills and Saints. Talk to you tomorrow here on WGR.